was young when this happened, but I do remember it vividly. My parents got the house exorcised by a priest. My mom had claimed that she was seeing demons, but she was also manic. However, my father didn't argue. As the priest walked around the house, suddenly, a flood of roaches spewed out from behind the priest, emerging from the cracks in the pavement, in the floor, the walls, and fanning away from him like a wake, instantly disappearing as soon as they'd materialized. I've never seen insects act like one perfectly coordinated hive. Roaches scatter erratically and come in different sizes. These roaches were all exactly the same size and color, and they moved in perfect unison. It happened in seconds. My sister, who's also an atheist like me, saw it too. Of course, my mom explained that that was the evil itself leaving, but I could never fully trust her, you know. But still, I can't explain it. We never had bugs or roaches or anything like that in our house. It wasn't a dirty area, but I saw it. The obvious answer is a weird roach coincidence with the priest showing up, but I don't know. It was weird. I will say that my mom never saw demons again. Not after that. This happened to me a few years ago, and I still think about it more often than I probably should. A normal day, nothing special. I'd just gotten off of work and was heading to the bus stop. Same route I always took. Down Main, past the diner, up to the corner across from the Walgreens. I remember being a little out of it. Not tired exactly, but zoned out. One of those days where your body just moves through routine while your brain floats somewhere else. And I'm standing on the corner, waiting for the light. There's no one else around, just a few cars passing here and there. I had headphones on, but really wasn't listening to anything. The walk signal flickered on, and I stepped forward without looking. The next thing I remember is this arm, strong and sudden, grabbing the back of my jacket and yanking me back onto the sidewalk. And then, whoosh, this car flies through the red light, easily doing 50, maybe more. No brakes, no honking, just a blur of steel. It would have hit me, no question. I was already in the street. Half a step more, I'd be gone. I stumbled back and my heart was pounding from all the adrenaline. I spun around to thank whoever had pulled me, and there was no one there. Not in front of the shops, not down the sidewalk, no footsteps, no sound, nothing. I even said out loud like an idiot, "Hello?" Nothing, obviously. I stood there for a good 5 minutes, completely frozen, not because of the car, not even because of how close it was, but because I knew that I hadn't just been alone. Not before it happened, and maybe not now. I felt watched, not in a creepy way, in a present way, like someone had shown up just long enough to stop me from stepping into that intersection, and then left before I could see them. I've tried explaining it to friends, and they usually joke about guardian angels or say, "Wow, lucky break," but it didn't feel like luck. It felt intentional, like someone had been following me just for that moment, and once their job was done, they just didn't need to stick around. I don't know who or what saved me. I don't think I ever will, but I'm glad it did. When I was little, I had a friend who lived in the hallway. That's what I told my parents anyway. They thought I meant an imaginary friend, so they just smiled and played along. But she wasn't imaginary. She was there. She never talked. I never even saw her clearly, just glimpses. A flash of white near the door, a soft giggle down the hallway. And she would communicate with me. It just wasn't with words. Once I saw fingers curling around the edge of the wall, like she was playing hide and seek. I thought I was clever and called her Holly because she lived in the hallway, and I was 5. She liked toys. I'd set them up in the living room, and then I'd go to the kitchen. When I came back, they'd be moved, rearranged into new stories, like someone had been continuing the game while I was gone. My dolls would be lined up in rows, blocks stacked in shapes that I didn't build. I remember waking up once in the middle of the night and seeing one of my stuffed animals slowly rolling across the floor. I just whispered, "You can play with them while I'm asleep." And then I rolled over. I was never scared of her. She felt safe, like she was always keeping me company, even when I was alone. When I turned 7, we moved to a new house. I asked if Holly could come too. My mom said, maybe she already has a home. She didn't come with us, but sometimes I wonder if she's still there. I've broken mirrors before and walked under ladders, opened umbrellas inside, all that stuff. I don't really believe in curses. I never really have. Nothing's ever come of any of those things. But this last time, I was exploring an abandoned farmhouse with a couple of friends. We're into urban exploration, photography, the usual stuff. We mostly do it for fun, and yeah, maybe we try to spook each other sometimes, but we've never actually seen anything. The house we found was in the middle of nowhere, rural Kentucky, overgrown and rotting from the inside out. Everything smelled like wet wood and animal piss. My friends were outside flying the drone, and I went in solo through what used to be a mudroom. The hallway led to a narrow bathroom, barely big enough to stand in. Rotten floorboards, chipped sink. Everything was smashed except for this one mirror. It was still hanging on the wall above the sink. It was weirdly intact. No cracks, no dust. Like it had been freshly cleaned. I looked at myself for a second. I remember thinking that I didn't look right. My face, something about it, like I'd been standing there for hours and hadn't realized it. Then the mirror fell. Not slipped, fell. No warning, no sound before it. Just a sudden crack, like the air itself snapped. It hit the tile and shattered, and I swear to God I felt it in my spine, like something ruptured inside of me when it broke. The whole room shifted. I don't know how else to describe it. The walls felt closer. The air went cold, but not like a draft. Cold from the inside out, like something was watching, and it just stood up. I remember stumbling back and hitting the door frame and nearly throwing up. My ears were ringing like I'd been hit with a flashbang. My chest was tight. It didn't feel like I'd just witnessed a mirror fall. It felt like I'd done something wrong. I called out to my friends, and I couldn't hear my own voice, like I'd gone underwater. I booked it out of the house, and I didn't go back in. That night, I couldn't sleep well. I kept thinking about the mirror, how it fell, how it made me feel. I kept seeing my reflection in my head, but not the way it looked. I remember thinking, that wasn't me. The night after my mom's funeral, the porch light wouldn't turn off. I flipped the switch inside the house, nothing. Tried unscrewing the bulb. It stayed lit and then just kind of popped. I even checked the breaker in the garage, thinking maybe it had shorted and fused somehow. Everything looked normal. I left a bulb in it. It stayed on all night. Every night after that, too, same thing. The porch light just glowing. Stopped trying to fix it after a few days. It became a weird sort of comfort, honestly. My mom used to say, leave the light on so you can find your way home. A few weeks had passed. On a rainy Tuesday, I came home, late, tired. As I was locking the door, I said out loud, "You can rest now, Mom. I'm okay." The next morning, the bulb had burnt out. The switch worked fine. The breaker untouched. No power issue. I replaced the bulb, flipped the switch, and nothing. The porch light hasn't worked since. In high school, I was babysitting for a single mom and her 2 kids. It was the middle of winter, and when I arrived, it was already pitch black out, like 6 p.m. She lived in a duplex. While I was standing in the living room with her and her girls talking about how the rest of the night would go, a little boy in full snow gear came through her front door. He stomped through the living room past us, headed down the stairs to the basement. The mom never even looked at him or stopped talking. The girls didn't make any acknowledgement that they saw him. I was super weirded out, but I was also an extremely introverted teenager, so I didn't ask the mom what was up. Just assumed I'm watching another kid. Once the mom left, I asked the girls who the little boy was that came in, and they both said that they had no idea what I was talking about. So I got brave and grabbed a broom and headed downstairs. It was a small, unfinished basement. One single room with no closets or anything. No one was down there. The little boy definitely had not come back upstairs in that time. It was so weird, and the only time that I've ever truly believed I experienced something paranormal. I normally scoff at ghost stories and stuff, but I had a hard time scoffing this one off. I hadn't thought of this memory for so long until reading comments. It was like something buried deep in my mind was suddenly brought to the surface. When I was a kid, my family lived out in the middle of nowhere in rural Montana. We had acres upon acres of land, surrounded by dense woods and fields that seemed to stretch on forever. My brothers and I spent most of our days exploring, making up games, and testing the limits of our curiosity. One particular summer day stands out. We were wandering further than usual, our feet crunching over twigs and leaves, when we stumbled across something we had never seen before. Tucked into the trees, partially hidden by overgrown brush, was a cabin, or what was left of one. The place looked like it had been abandoned for decades. The roof sagged in places. The wooden walls were grayed and splintered, and one corner had completely collapsed on itself. But what drew us closer wasn't the eerie isolation of the cabin. It was the way it seemed wrong, like it didn't belong there. We didn't hesitate, though. We were kids after all, and caution wasn't exactly in our vocabulary. We approached the rotting porch, the boards groaning under our weight as we crept inside. The first thing that hit us was the smell, damp, moldy, with a strange chemical undertone that made my stomach turn. The inside was just as dilapidated as the outside, but there was one detail that stood out, one that I'll never forget. Orange prescription pill bottles. They were everywhere. At first, it didn't seem so strange. Maybe someone had left a few behind. But as we moved deeper into the cabin, it became overwhelming. Open a cupboard and pill bottles would come spilling out. Peer under the sink, there were more. They littered the countertops, filled the drawers, and even sat in piles beneath makeshift furniture. The bottles were in every corner, every crevice, some hidden, some in plain sight, but all of them empty. Hundreds of them. I remember my brothers and I exchanging uneasy glances. We were kids, but even we could tell this wasn't normal. What kind of person needed that many pills, or had been bringing them here, one by one, for some reason that we just couldn't understand? The bottles didn't have labels that we could make out, just worn, faded text. It looked like they'd been deliberately scratched off. We didn't stay long. The air got heavier the longer we were in there. The cabin itself was pressing on us, urging us to leave, basically. I can't explain it, but I remember feeling like we weren't supposed to be there, like we'd stumbled into something that wasn't meant to be found. To this day, I can't shake the image of those bottles, hundreds of them, empty, scattered throughout that forgotten place. Who left them there, and why? I'll never know, but even now, the thought of it sends a chill down my spine. I manage a restaurant in Halifax. One of my cooks takes the bus to work every day. I don't know how I got myself into this situation, but yesterday during his shift, he came up to me in a panic, asking me to drive him to the hospital. "What's wrong?" I asked. The way he came up to me made me think that he'd cut a finger off. Apparently, his mother had just called to tell him his grandmother was dying. It was the real gather around, it's time. So I grabbed my purse, and we sped to get there. Again, I don't know how I get myself into these situations, but I somehow managed to get into the actual hospital room with the dying woman and the crying family. When I was dropping him off in the parking lot, he invited me in, and I felt weird saying no. When we went in, there's barely any standing room. All of the family was gathered as close as they could around the bed. I tried to stay as far back as I could, but as the last few people trickled in after me, I was trapped. It was uncomfortable, and I had to diligently keep on a sad facial expression so as to not look out of place, all while thinking to myself, well, ain't this a wacky predicament you've gotten yourself into? When the chatter in the room goes to a whisper, I can hear the grandmother's voice speak up in a sweet, elderly tone. Her words were spoken with a delicate southern drawl. She had the perfect grandmother voice to read stories. It warmed my heart the moment she began telling everyone, "All right, come on, y'all hush down." When the room went silent, she took a long, deep breath and then said, and I quote, "Now, I want all of you to know how much each of you made my life hell." And those were her last words. Then she died a few seconds later. Her final resting pose looked winced and pained. It was the saddest thing that I'd ever had to see. Each family member in the room shared a tearful yet embarrassed glance around the hospital room like, did she really just go out like that? Well, I had so many questions on our ride home. My coworker's name is Colin, and how he put it was like this. Grandma Lee had always been a handful. He couldn't recall one time in his childhood that she wasn't complaining about something, anything, from the temperature in the house to the way that he'd crunch his cereal as a kid. As Colin reminisced, the stories continued to flow from his mouth, one story after another about unchecked mental illness and the silly situations Grandma Lee got herself into. Unintentional, life-threatening dangers that she'd put Colin in when she babysat. She took him to the zoo, hung him over the guardrails just to get a closer look at the animals. When she pulled him back, Colin could see how upset the other adults looked, and they were all glaring at them. He didn't know why they were asked to leave that day. To him, at that age, Grandma Lee's unstable behavior was normal. There was a point in our road trip, as Colin pulled stories from his memory bank, I could see that he accidentally remembered one he didn't like. He stumbled over his words and then stopped speaking, like his thoughts had just made contact with his words, and he realized he was about to choke up on a story, one that he'd pushed down years ago. I turned to look at him and I saw tears rolling down his cheeks. I asked, "What's wrong?" Just a minute ago he was laughing. I had no clue what had happened. Colin says, "I just remembered something I hadn't thought about since I was a child." He tells me that there was something that happened once at Grandma Lee's that really scared him when he was young. We're talking 5 or 6. Grandma would have probably been in her early 40s. A windstorm had knocked out the power that day, and they had to maneuver around the house by candlelight. The power hadn't come on by the time he went to bed on the living room couch. When he wakes up again, it's still the middle of the night. He doesn't know what time, but it's still fully dark outside, and the house is even darker, all except for a thin blue light that stretched out from under Grandma's bedroom door. With the rest of the house drenched in black, this beautiful glow was the only light source in the house. The light had an almost hypnotizing presence, and without knowing it, Colin got off of his couch bed and wandered over to the bedroom door where the light was coming from. The hinges on his grandma's door were squeaky, so in order to stay quiet, he slowly pushed the door open. Every inch it moved revealed more of the bedroom and let more blue light into the hallway. It was bright enough to hurt his eyes, but the source still eluded him. The light was almost blinding, and Colin had to squint his eyes. Through the shining light, he saw the figure of his grandmother. It looked like she was sitting up in bed, like she was watching TV, but the light was coming from behind and above her, almost silhouetting the front of her that Colin could see. Then, he experienced a heart-dropping realization when he noticed that there were more people in that room, more than just his grandma. There were 4 other figures that were also in the room. They'd pressed themselves into the corners of the bedroom, hoping not to be seen by Colin's squinting scan of the room. But when he saw the first one in the corner nearest the bed, the other 3 stepped out from their hiding spots as well. They were tall. Their heads almost touched the ceiling, and they were all wearing black hooded cloaks, ones that didn't reflect the blue light. One of the entities had their hoods off, and Colin was briefly able to see that its features were not human. It terrified him beyond belief, too afraid to move, too scared to scream. It was also possible that the entities were doing something to control his body, because he remembers desperately trying to move and make any sort of noise, but it was impossible. One of the cloaked figures turned their attention back to Grandma Lee. A white beam of light extended from the sleeve of its cloak, brighter than the indigo blue. She looked asleep, sitting up in bed, and when the white light was focused directly on her, it made her skin look translucent. Colin could see organs and the blood circulating through her veins. When another of the cloaked beings turns its attention toward the bed, Colin can feel whatever was constricting his muscles let go. As soon as the pressure lifted, he ran and locked himself in the bathroom across the hall. He crawled into the bathtub as far away from the door as he could get, but it didn't matter. They knew where he was, and within a few seconds, one of the cloaked figures came for him. As Colin pressed his back against the shower wall, the figure passed right through the wall. It silently floated in from the hallway, like a ghost. But Colin knew these entities weren't spirits, and when it entered the bathroom, his stomach felt like it was going down the peak of a roller coaster. He was strangled by terror. He squeezed his eyes closed and again felt the pressure on his body, freezing his movements. Then he heard the sound of the fan in the bathroom. It grew quiet, and then it was gone. The pressure didn't allow him to open his eyes, but as he was listening to the fan disappear, he also felt the bottoms of his feet leave the cold plastic bathtub mat. For a moment, it felt like he was levitating. He kicked his feet to find nothing beneath. The sensation didn't last long, and the next thing Colin felt was a large, soft bump on his back, like a cloud pushed him, but it didn't make him fall forward. His body naturally pushed back into the object. It fully engulfed him in warmth, and the grip of terror loosened the longer his body stayed idle. Eventually, his eyes were able to open again, and Colin registers that he's back in his bed. The sun is up, and Grandma Lee's already awake, making breakfast. Colin frantically tried to tell her about the night before, but she laughs at his claims, telling him he must have had a bad dream. I asked him if he thought it was a dream. Colin says that that's what he tried to convince himself it was, but when he woke up that morning, there was a small triangular lump on his wrist. It felt like there was something hard under his skin. When he asked his grandma to check it out, she rubbed it, said it felt like scar tissue. It made Colin feel better believing that too. Then it seems his little child brain repressed it good and deep. While in the car, Colin rolled up his sleeve on his right arm to show me that, in fact, there is still a visible lump in the shape of a triangle on his right wrist. It's not big, probably 2 grains of rice long, but it is in the shape of a perfect triangle. So I, 31-year-old female, have recently started going back to the gym. I love going, but I have a problem exercising in front of other people. The reason that I've been able to return is because my best friend is the new assistant manager. She caught her boss's brother working out after closing and learned it wasn't uncommon for management to enjoy this perk. Basically, all I had to do was call ahead of time to make sure no one else was using it that night. So far, this hadn't been a problem, and I'm starting to understand why. That place is haunted. I didn't notice anything unusual the first 2 times I went, but the 3rd time got a little weird. When I was on the treadmill, the one next to me kept turning on. I cut it off the first time it happened. The 2nd time, it ran for maybe a minute and then turned itself off. Later, I was finishing my workout with the leg press machine, which was next to the treadmills. In the middle of my set, the treadmill closest to me, not the same one, turned on. And it also turned itself off roughly a minute later. The next day, I asked my friend about it. She said a few other people had mentioned it, but none of the staff has seen it happen. All the machines have been working fine. I went back to the gym that weekend, but forgot my phone in the car. I didn't realize it was missing until I was already inside, and I'd planned for a short workout, so I decided to skip the music. While I was on the squat machine, a set of footprints seemed to appear in the middle of the floor and across the room behind me. I jumped off the machine to see who it was, but nobody was there. And there's no exit on that side of the room. Even so, I knew what I heard. I went back to my car and woke my friend up to confirm no one else should be there. When I told her about the footsteps, she pulled up the surveillance on her phone and sent me a screen recording of just myself jumping at nothing. No one was there. No footsteps were heard on the audio, but they had been so clear to me. About a week later, I finally convinced myself I'd been hearing things and went back to the gym. This time, I had the music to cover my unexplained noises, but the treadmills still had a mind of their own. The machine next to me turned on and turned off several times on its own. When I walked past the exercise balls, one rolled into my path. There was no air on, and it didn't just randomly move in front of me on its own. That's a little too much coincidence for me, as if everything else was totally reasonable. Still, a private gym experience doesn't come cheap or easy, so that wasn't enough to make me quit. The last time I went, however, has me reconsidering my social awkwardness. The treadmills did their thing. I thought I heard footsteps at one point, but I really can't be sure. My music was on, and I went in there pretty paranoid. But then I got on the leg press machine, and just a few reps in, something blew into my ear. Like if a friend came up behind you and blew a quick breath into your ear to screw with you. My hair moved. It was unmistakable. I absolutely did not imagine that. I don't know the technical name for the machine with the handlebars that you pull down, but I got off the leg press and just wanted to do a quick set on that thing before leaving. About halfway through, a hand grabbed my shoulder. It was fast, but definitely real. I screamed, like really screamed. Once again, I called my friend. She was thankfully way more patient than I would have been if someone continued to wake me up for no reason. And again, she sent me security footage of myself, freaking the hell out at nothing. No one was there to grab me or blow in my ear, but it sure showed my reaction, and it showed my hair moving. I don't really know what to do. This place is clearly haunted, and each visit seems to get a little worse. Is there any way that a ghost can actually hurt me? Or am I technically safe to keep going? People always say ghosts can't kill, but I know better. It happened when I was in middle school. Our drama teacher, Mr. Whalen, died in a way that left a chill in the air long after his body was taken away. He wasn't old, not old enough for a heart attack at least, but something took him that night. Something that didn't belong in our world, I'm pretty sure. My older brother was in the school play, a small part with barely any lines, but Mr. Whalen was strict. He insisted every cast member attend every rehearsal, no matter how insignificant their role. Even those who weren't in the play, like me, were dragged along. My job was to keep out of the way, so I spent hours in the back rows of the auditorium, doing my homework by the dim light of the worn-out lamp. The auditorium itself was ancient, nearly a century old, and its age showed in the creaking floorboards and the peeling paint on the walls. It stood separate from the main school building across the street, like it was trying to distance itself from the present. The place had a reputation. Everyone knew it was haunted, but no one talked about it openly. The teachers dismissed the whispers, but we all knew better. We knew not to be caught in there alone. I hated that auditorium. The only real light was the harsh spotlight on the stage, leaving the rest of the seats swallowed in shadows. The darkness felt alive, like it was waiting for something or someone. The smell of chlorine was always in the air, strong, suffocating, especially on nights like this one, when the storm outside seemed to seep into the very bones of the building. The smell of chlorine was always strongest on rainy days. The old building had leaks, and the dampness seemed to draw out the scent, clinging to the seats like it was embedded in the very fabric. I never understood why it smelled like that. There was no pool anywhere nearby, but that was just one of the many oddities about the auditorium. Mr. Whalen seemed to be the only teacher who didn't mind spending hours in there. In fact, he seemed to revel in it. Like the creaking boards and the dim lighting were his stage just as much as the one up front. On the night it happened, the weather was awful. A storm had rolled in, drenching the city in sheets of rain and lighting up the sky with jagged bolts of lightning. Inside the auditorium, the storm sounded like a constant roar, the wind battering the walls and the rain pounding on the roof. Rehearsal had gone late, the storm delaying some of the cast from arriving on time, and the tension in the air was palpable. Mr. Whalen had been unusually agitated all evening, snapping at the students for the smallest mistakes, pacing the stage like he was looking for something. I was in my usual spot, huddled in one of the back rows with my books, trying to focus on my homework. The lamp wasn't doing much against the oppressive darkness that seemed to have swallowed the entire room, and the storm outside didn't help either. Every time lightning flashed, the auditorium was briefly illuminated, revealing the empty seats stretching out like a sea of shadows, before plunging back into the darkness. Each flash made my heart race a little faster, but I kept my head down, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling that had settled in my chest. Mr. Whalen had decided to do some work on the catwalk that night, something about adjusting the lights for the upcoming performance. The ladder leading up to it was old and rickety, but he insisted on doing it himself. I remember hearing the metallic creaks as he climbed up, the sound echoing in the emptiness of the auditorium. The rest of the cast were busy with their lines, and I was a bit too engrossed in my math problems to pay too much attention, at least at first. It wasn't until I heard the first bang that I looked up. My heart skipped a beat. The sound was loud, like something heavy had fallen. But it wasn't followed by any of the usual scolding from Mr. Whalen. The students on stage froze, their lines forgotten as they looked up toward the catwalk. Another bang followed, and this time it was accompanied by a scream, sharp and terrified. It wasn't Mr. Whalen's voice, though, but something else, someone else entirely. But we couldn't see anyone. The lights above the stage flickered, casting the entire room into a strobe-like effect. In the brief flashes of light, I did see something moving on the catwalk, a dark shape. It definitely wasn't Mr. Whalen. It moved quickly, almost too quickly to track, but every time the lights flashed, it was closer to him. I heard Mr. Whalen shout. It was a strangled cry that was abruptly cut off as the lights blinked out completely, plunging us all into total darkness. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of the storm and the heavy, panicked breathing of the students around me. Then, there was a horrible, wet thud, like something heavy hit the stage floor, followed by silence so profound it felt like the whole building was holding its breath. When the emergency lights finally kicked on, their harsh red glow revealed the stage in all of its gruesome detail. Mr. Whalen lay sprawled on the floor, his body twisted in an unnatural angle. His eyes were wide open, frozen in an expression of pure terror. His mouth was still open in a silent scream, but what was most disturbing was the way his hands were clenched, as if he'd been trying to fight something off. The police said that it was a heart attack brought on by the fall from the catwalk. None of that made sense to us. They never found any evidence of foul play, and the case was closed within a week. But I knew better. The other kids knew better, though none of us were talking about it. Whatever was up there on the catwalk that night, it wasn't human, and it wasn't done with Mr. Whalen until it had taken everything from him. After that night, the auditorium was closed off, and it would be for the rest of my time at the school. The school claimed that it was for renovations, but the truth was that no one wanted to go in there anymore. The building stood empty, silent, just a looming presence at the edge of school grounds. Over time, the stories grew darker and more twisted, though the reality is the most twisted of all. People always say ghosts can't kill, but I beg to differ. I actually have several stories of my time working as a pharmacist at the hospital pharmacy. This particular pharmacy was in the basement, and I also used to work third shift. To be fair, third shift in the basement with the emergency lights on, only that is creepy enough, but I always felt like I was being watched or followed too. It started one night when I was gathering IV supplies to take back to the pharmacy for preparation of the next day. Something kept kicking my cart, knocking the supplies off. So I started brick stacking them so that they were more stable and bringing the bins with me so that the supplies wouldn't fall off the cart. This one night I gathered up the supplies, brought them back to our IV room and started putting them away when the cart goes flying across the room, scattering everything. Then, from the bins where I was placing the new supplies, things start just flying straight out of there, at me. Not from the top, not from the middle of the stacks. From the bottom, 1-liter bags of NS flying at my head. After about the 10th bag, I just yelled, "Enough," and it stopped. I picked up what had fell and I started rearranging things when I saw that the cart that I was working from was rolling back towards me. It stopped right at my waist, and I swear on my life, the bags still on the cart moved so slowly and deliberately back into their brick pattern. I was stunned. So after this event and several weeks of similar encounters, one night I finally just said, "Look, I don't care that you follow me, but I'm super busy and I can't handle your shenanigans. If you're going to be my shadow, at least help me out." For the rest of the night, every time I went to push the elevator button, it illuminated in front of me. These were service elevators, not the kind in the lobby with multiple buttons. After that, anytime I lost something, be it a pen, marker, stamp with my initials, bag of medicines, it always reappeared on this certain spot on a shelf in our compounding area. I rarely used that area on third shift, but I swear, all I had to do was ask where it was, and within 10 minutes it would be in the exact same spot, every time. I left that hospital after 2 years, and on my way home after my last shift, something that happened that to this day I think saved my life. I was leaving as the sun was coming up. I was driving home. My radio shut off unexpectedly. It was a 2013 Focus, and this had never happened. So as I'm messing with the controls, in a split second, the sun hit me in the face. The radio came on blaring, which scared me, and I slammed on my brakes. When I looked up, I was inches away from this SUV, stopped in the middle of the road, hazards flashing. I immediately look up in my rearview mirror expecting someone to almost be hitting me, and I caught the slightest glimpse of this boy in my back seat, who then vanished on a double take. Though I only saw him for a second, his image is forever in my memory. He was dusty looking. He had sandy hair and an old bowl cut style, button-up shirt, cloth pants, biggest grin on his face, sitting perfectly in the middle of my back seat. That was the last time I ever saw or felt his presence. This happened when I was about 8 or 9. My mom was dating this guy at the time, kind of a jerk, but nothing out of the ordinary. One night he told me to go downstairs and grab him a glass of water. I didn't argue, I just got up and went. I got to the kitchen, still half asleep, and that's when I saw something. A black figure, standing at the sink. Not moving, not reacting, just standing there. I froze. My brain couldn't quite process what I was seeing. Was it a shadow? Trick of the light? But no, there was something there. I could make out the shape of a person. Then, panic kicked in. I turned and bolted back upstairs. My heart was pounding. I burst into my mom's room and I tried to explain, but her boyfriend just rolled his eyes, told me I was imagining things. "Go back to bed," he said, like I hadn't just seen something or someone in our kitchen. I didn't sleep much that night. For years, I told myself that it had to have been a shadow, my tired eyes playing tricks on me, some weird childhood fear that got blown out of proportion. But now, looking back as an adult, I'm about 99% sure that it wasn't a shadow. Some dude was just standing in my kitchen in the middle of the night, casually using our sink. I don't know what's scarier, the idea that I saw something paranormal, or the fact that in the rough neighborhood we lived in, it was probably just some guy. I don't talk about this much, mostly because people either don't believe me or they start looking at me like I'm crazy, but screw it. Maybe someone out there has had the same thing happen to them. Maybe they can back me up. This happened a few years ago when I was staying at a homeless shelter in Holbrook, Arizona. If you've never been, Holbrook is one of those small, middle-of-nowhere towns where weird things just seem to happen. Maybe it's the isolation, maybe it's something else. Either way, I've seen some things in that town I can't explain, but this one tops the list. It was late, probably around midnight, when my friend and I stepped outside for a smoke. We did this most nights just to get some air, escape the stuffiness from inside. The shelter wasn't bad, but you know how it is. People snoring, people talking to themselves, the occasional argument. Outside, at least, it was quiet. So there we were, standing by the side of the building, looking out toward the highway. I-40 runs right past Holbrook, just an endless stretch of road cutting through the desert. Sometimes you'd see truckers rolling through, their headlights the only thing breaking up the darkness. But that night, it wasn't headlights that caught my attention. I saw sparks, a trail of them, way up in the sky. At first, I thought it was a shooting star, maybe a piece of space junk burning up in the atmosphere. But as I watched, I realized the sparks weren't falling. They were moving across the sky, like something was gliding just above the highway. I squinted, trying to make out what it was, and that's when I saw it. I swear to God, it was exactly what you see in books, in old sci-fi movies. One of those classic flying saucers. A disc, smooth and metallic, with a little raised cockpit at the top. It was just there, floating over the highway, moving way too slowly for anything man-made. No sound, no blinking lights like a plane or a drone, just this eerie, silent presence. My buddy saw it too. He froze for a second, cigarette halfway to his lips, then bolted inside to get the others. I stayed, just staring up at it, trying to wrap my head around what I was seeing. A couple of minutes later, people started spilling out of the shelter, pointing and whispering. Everyone saw it. And then, just like that, it was gone. No acceleration, no sound. 1 second it was hovering there, and the next, it just wasn't. Like someone flipped a switch and erased it from the sky. We all stood there for a while, trying to process what had just happened. A few people laughed it off, made jokes about aliens coming to Holbrook of all places, but I could tell some of them were freaked out. I know I was. The thing is, that wasn't the only weird thing I saw in Holbrook, but that's a story for another time. When I was a preteen, young teenager, my family moved into a house. It started with hearing footsteps in the attic, which wasn't tall enough for anyone to actually walk around in. We attributed it to rats, but it made my grandmother uncomfortable enough that she stopped visiting. We started seeing things. A woman peeking around corners, a little boy running around, and the shadow of a man at the end of the hallway. My dad's bedroom was across the hall from my brother's room, and I often slept in there. Me and 2 of my brothers were watching a movie one night when I saw a man crawling on his hands and knees into the room. I thought it was my dad, who often did things like this to scare us. I gave the signal that I saw him, and I went back to watching the movie, expecting him to grab my little brother's foot as he was sleeping next to me. Then he opened his door, flooding the hallway with light. There was no one there. I'd never been so terrified. My friend, when I was 9, lived in a 900-year-old family-inherited farmhouse in England. It was one of the most beautiful buildings I'd ever seen. Huge rooms and bright, airy windows, with massive wood fireplaces to keep it warm and snug in the winter. And then there was the attic. There was an old, winding, solid staircase that was behind a heavy, locked door, leading up to a room the size of the bottom floor itself. My friend was always curious, but told not to mess around up there. One day, my friend got a hold of the keys while her dad was tending to the fields and the horses that they boarded. She opens up the door and it swings heavily open. She requests that I follow her, As soon as that cool, damp, musty air hit us, so did a wave of terror. The only other time I felt such strong fight or flight was when I was involved in a car collision in my teens. That pure, helpless, I'm dead and I can feel it coming. Just put my heart in my throat. My friend noticed I was pale and said, "I don't like it." She paused on the third step up, and I was on the first. We climbed back down, locked the door, and returned the keys. That night we were playing board games before bed, and she got up to use the bathroom. When she opened her door to go, she realized the locked and latched door to the attic was wide open. All I heard was her scream, "Dad!" and he came running. He immediately told her off for going up into the attic and taking the keys to bed with us. She, of course, denied it and didn't say that we went up earlier. He was perplexed when he couldn't find the keys in her room. Then he looked a little more unsettled when he came back to her room. He had the keys in his hands. They were clearly still downstairs, where we hadn't been in that time. He sternly told us not to go into the attic, as the flooring is dangerous, and we'd be in trouble if we did it again. I didn't sleep over much again after that. Years later, she told me that when she was 16, she took them again as curiosity got to her. She felt the same wave of terror, but this time went as far as going to the top step. There was nothing there, simply some old linen and a cardboard empty box on its side. She hurriedly went downstairs and locked it back up. For weeks after, she would hear odd bangs that seemed to be muffled and coming from the attic. She never attempted it again. Growing up, my family always felt watched. Not in the typical paranoid kid-in-the-dark way. I mean all of us. My dad, my siblings, even myself. We've all seen something. Or someone. A tall, dark figure that would appear at random and always vanish just as quickly. It wasn't until I got older that I started putting the pieces together, especially after something my dad once said. "It's always followed your mom." And that stuck with me, because after my parents divorced, we spent less time with our mom, and none of us saw it again. My mom, though, she never talks about it. She shuts down completely when the subject comes up, tightens her jaw, looks away, changes the subject. My dad's mentioned it only a handful of times, and even then, never in detail. But I remember him telling me once that I used to talk to it when I was little. He'd hear me in my room having full conversations, and when he asked who I was talking to, I'd say, "The tall man." Apparently, that was a regular occurrence. My brother had his own issues with it too. When we lived in an apartment years ago, he refused to use the bathroom at night, said he saw something standing in the corner more than once. At first, my parents thought that he was just scared of the dark, but it got to the point where he'd hold it until the morning. I remember hearing him cry once because he was too scared to go in, even with the lights on. For me, the worst moment came during what I now know as sleep paralysis. I was maybe 8. I woke up in the middle of the night, completely frozen. I couldn't speak, couldn't move, just stuck there with my eyes open, staring at the ceiling. And there it was, not standing in the corner, but pressed against the ceiling, like it was defying gravity. Its back was flat to the surface, limbs fully spread out. Its head was looking down towards me, as if it was waiting for me to notice it. It didn't move. It didn't have to. Just the sight of it up there, watching. It was enough to burn the memory into my brain like a brand. I didn't sleep in that room again for weeks. Years later, after the divorce, I went a long time without anything strange happening. That weird pressure in the air, the feeling that something was in the room just behind you, it was gone. I figured maybe it had moved on. Maybe it had always been tied to that house or that apartment or whatever. But then it happened again. Not long ago, I was visiting my mom at my aunt's house. While walking through the house, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. There's a set of stairs off the side of the living room, and I saw something, tall and dark, walk halfway up, then stop, then turn and walk back down. The view was partially blocked by the railing, so I didn't get a clear look, but it was there. I know it was. Later that same day, my aunt mentioned that she'd seen a shadow behind her on that same staircase, the same time of day. She said it like she was trying to laugh it off, but the look in her eyes was uneasy, like it had rattled her more than she was letting on. I don't know if it's the same thing. I don't know if it's following me, or if it ever truly left. But I can't shake the feeling that it's tied to something bigger, something connected to my mom, maybe even something older than any of us realize. She won't talk about it. My dad barely does. And as for me, I try not to think about it without much success. And even all these years later, I'll still check the ceiling sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night, just in case. Halloween night, a good 17 years ago, I was walking with my two best friends, Jess and Dana, on our way to a party at one of the houses deep in the suburbs, one where you had to walk a good 15 minutes from anywhere lit. The moon was high, and the only light came from the occasional jack-o'-lantern. It was almost unnaturally dark, the kind of darkness that had you watching your back. Even in our slightly inebriated state. We were laughing, making fun of each other's costumes, trying to act like we weren't a little freaked out by how quiet everything was. No kids, no trick-or-treaters, just us and the empty road. We'd been walking for maybe 10 minutes when Dana stopped dead in her tracks. I nearly bumped into her, and when I looked up to see what she was staring at, my stomach turned. There was a kid standing in the middle of the road. He couldn't have been more than 8 or 9. He was wearing one of those cheap plastic masks to cover his face. His clothes were strange, too, like he'd thrown on an old-fashioned suit from a thrift store. But what really freaked me out was how still he was. He just stood there, not moving or saying anything. Where did he come from? Jess was whispering to us. None of us had seen him approach. It was like he'd just appeared. Dana took a step forward. "Hey, are you okay? Are you lost?" The kid didn't answer. He didn't move. His head tilted just slightly, like he was listening, but his eyes, what little we could see under the mask, never blinked. There was something wrong about him, something off. But none of us could quite put our finger on it. At least we couldn't say it. We exchanged uneasy glances. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. "We should just go," Jess muttered, tugging at my sleeve. "This is creepy." But Dana was already walking towards him. "Hey, buddy, it's okay. We're not going to hurt you." As she approached, the kid started moving. But not the way I expected. He stepped back, not a full step, more like a shuffle. His movements were jerky. Every time Dana moved closer, he retreated further into the darkness. I remember Jess asking me if this kid was leading us somewhere. She seemed scared. Dana stopped about 10 feet from the kid. "Look, if you're scared, we can help you. Do you live around here?" Again, no response, just that eerie backward shuffle. He was barely lit by the glow of a distant porch light, and it was like he was leading us further into the shadows. "I don't like this," Jess said again. "We need to go, now." But Dana didn't listen. She took another step forward, and that's when it happened. Out of nowhere, something lunged from the shadows behind the kid. I barely registered what it was. just a blur of movement, a low growl, and suddenly it had Jess and me by the arms. I screamed. Jess shrieked louder, and we both struggled against its grip. It was strong, unbelievably strong, like iron fingers digging into my skin. I couldn't even see it clearly, just flashes of a distorted face. Was it a mask, a person? No idea. I was screaming, "Dana, Dana," but she was frozen, her eyes locked on the kid, who was now just watching, standing eerily still as Jess and I were dragged towards darkness. "Dana," Jess cried out, trying to kick whatever had her, but it was useless. The thing, it was pulling relentlessly, dragging us backwards, inch by inch. We didn't stand a chance. It felt like we were being pulled towards something worse. I don't know about Jess, but I thought we were going to die. Finally, Dana snapped out of her trance. She ran forward, grabbing Jess's arm, trying to pull her free, telling whatever it was to let her go. Her voice was shaking, but it was loud. She kicked at some shadowy figure, landing a blow, and it recoiled, just for a second. But in that second, it loosened its grip on Jess. She broke free. I kicked as hard as I could, hitting something solid. Suddenly, I was free too. We stumbled backwards, gasping for air, and that's when I saw it. If it was a person, it had a misshapen face, its eyes too wide, its mouth. It was like no mask or face I'd ever seen. And then just as quickly as it had appeared, it melted away. Gone. We didn't wait to see what would happen next. We ran, all three of us, sprinting down the road without looking back. At least I didn't. My heart was literally in my ears. My legs burned, but I didn't stop running. I could hear Jess crying, Dana's frantic breath. I couldn't think. All I could see was that thing in the dark, pulling us into who knows what. When we finally reached the lights of the next street, we collapsed onto the sidewalk, all of us gasping for breath, clutching each other like we'd barely escaped drowning. I looked back down the road. There was nothing. No kid. No shadowy figure. Just an empty street. "Where did he go?" Dana whispered. "The kid." Jess just shook her head as tears were streaming down her face. He wasn't a kid. He wasn't. The three of us never talked about it again. We made it to the party eventually, trying to laugh it off, but none of us were the same after that. Not on Halloween. Every Halloween since, I've just felt something's off. I'm a kindergarten teacher. I primarily use these boards under a different account with vastly different types of posts. This one, though, I thought it touched on a personal level, so I gotta remain anonymous. But right now, I'm desperate for any input from fellow educators or child therapy specialists on how to go about handling a child's unique problem. The start of the year is in full force. I have a class of 15 truly wonderful children. Let's call one of them DJ. DJ is 5. His birth parents are out of the picture. Mom's addicted and dad's deceased. Thankfully, his grandparents have stepped in to take care of him. There's no worry about abuse or fetal alcohol syndrome or other traumas. He's still too young to really understand the family situation. He calls them Oma and Opa. At the beginning of the year, the grandmother, Oma, approached me and dropped a pretty heavy bomb. Opa had lung cancer. It progressed fast, and literally the second week of September, he passed. DJ was out for a few days after that, but returned to class the following Thursday. He was somber, but his friends were able to cheer him up towards the end of the day, and I was so grateful to give Grandma a smiling kid to buckle up that afternoon. The next week was as normal as could be given the circumstances, but the next Friday, September 20th, I think, I asked the kids what their weekend plans would be. 14 children tell me they're either going to the park or soccer or the movies, and then it's DJ's turn to tell me and Oma are going monster hunting. I asked what that means. Teachers, get your thinking caps on because you're going to be tested at the end of this. How should I respond? With the confidence of this information being common knowledge, DJ explains, there's been something whistling and knocking on his window at night, but every time he opens the curtains, there's no one outside. I tell him, the wind likes to whistle a tune every now and then. He says, no, it sounds like Opa. Then he tells me that he gets scared when it wakes him up. He doesn't like when Opa knocks on the window. I asked if he's told Oma. Yes, he replies. She's heard it too. And that's why they're going monster hunting that weekend. All I can say is, wow, you'll have to tell me what you caught on Monday. Like, how do you respond to that? In an attempt to get a non-child perspective on the situation, I pull Oma aside at the end of the day and ask her about the monster hunting excursion she and DJ will be going on this weekend. Oma tells me, yeah, she thinks Opa's death opened up a portal in their house and it got haunted. Apparently he died at home and she's been seeing shadow people ever since. She says, did DJ tell you about the whistling? I've heard it with my own ears. Their monster hunt was going to be a walk around the backyard with flashlights and crosses, something to put DJ's mind at ease. Today's Tuesday, October 1st, and he still periodically talks about being woken up by things going bump in the night. In his own way, he explained to me the shadow figures that hide in the top corner of his room. It sounds like their paranormal problems stayed the same or have gotten worse. I've reached out to the counselors, but where would any diagnostic procedure realistically fit? Is it a mental health disorder if the grandmother's seeing and hearing the exact same things? What therapist would fit here? This blurs the lines of my mandated reporter duty as well, but don't worry. I called CPS just to ask because I'm constantly paranoid. I waited 20 minutes to make a report, but even they didn't know what to do. They made a note on the file, but that's it. So, the question's in your hands. I'd be so grateful to hear your input. Enlighten me with your knowledge because I'm stumped like the giving tree. Thanks. Boomer generational here to say I thank Jesus every day that I was able to be a mother when I did. I couldn't imagine raising a child nowadays. The world'd be scary, and kids these days are dumb as hell. Like, damn, even if I raise my kid correctly, they'd still have to cohabitate with these prime-guzzling, mindless sheep. I got a granddaughter, kid's in 4th grade. She was a COVID baby. No, she didn't have COVID, but she got that weird antisocial things that all the kids got. I blame my daughter, and the funny thing is that she blames me in the same way with her. All we can really do is accept that we're all just learning in our own way. What's important is that you're growing with the lessons you're soaking in. And don't get me wrong, I'm also totally going to play the times have changed card because, again, the world be scary nowadays. I am not saying the 90s were better. Actually, yeah, I am saying that. Put it on record. Raising a child in the 90s was way better than nowadays. I'll also admit that lots of laws were put into place because of the 90s. Like, a lot. Everything was so fresh and new. The internet was just stepping into existence. It was a wild time. So sometimes unexpected things happened that, in retrospect, maybe could have been prevented. And boom, a bill becomes a law. Please feel free to add on to this with your own only in the 90s stories. But here's mine. When my daughter Sammy was in the second grade, I was a chaperone on a field trip with her class to one of the skyscrapers in Houston to watch firefighters have some sort of competition. From us having to park like a mile away from this building to what was actually going on when we got in there, all of it seemed very poorly planned, let's say. Maybe there should have been more eyes or attention as to what was going on. Maybe the teacher was hooking up with one of the firefighters there. I don't know. Either way, when we finally got to the building, no one greeted us. No firefighters came out with stickers. Everyone was walking around looking very serious, and the whole place smelled like burnt materials. The fumes were so strong a couple of the kids were getting lightheaded and wheezy. Whatever was going on looked important to the men and women competing. This wasn't a field trip where you could go up and ask the firefighters questions. They were all focused on getting their gear and themselves mentally ready. Again, when a class of 16 kids walks into a building and not one person looks up or smiles, you know it's going to be a long day. We did see a few fire trucks, but none of the kids were allowed to sit on them or even get close to them, as they were part of the whole competition. When things got started, it was fun to watch them do the obstacle courses, climb ladders, and put out fires, all with insane speed. That was the first half of the day. Then everyone had an hour lunch, including our class, as there was nothing else to watch anymore. The kids sat in the grass and ate paper bag lunches and talked about the events. A loud foghorn would initiate the second half of the competition. When we got back to the building, the teacher had the kids pile onto the elevator, but we couldn't all fit, so we took 2 separate trips all the way up to the 20th floor of the building. There were 2 elevator shafts back to back, and as the class of kids went up one, the elevator on the other wall was being pulled out in preparation for the event. When we're out of the elevator, we all walk around to the other side where the elevator door is wide open, revealing an empty shaft all the way to the bottom floor. The firefighters were supposed to use their equipment to climb the inside of the elevator shaft up to the 20th floor. It's not just the class of kids up on the 20th floor. There's a bunch of people there. Timekeepers, judges, other firefighters, all up there watching. Also noticed I haven't mentioned any other schools being there that day. It really felt strange having a group of kids up there with these adults cussing, cheering, drinking, and smoking. But there we were. The first firefighter struggles their way up with a time that no one's impressed by. Second one is a badass chick that destroys the first guy's time. The walls of the shaft were replaced with plexiglass on the 20th floor so everyone could stand against it, look down to watch the firefighters climb up. For show, at the bottom there was a little fire lit, probably not taller than a foot, but it really looked action-packed seeing the fire under them as they climbed. So the first 2 are up and out. Then we all watch firefighter number 3 strut in like a pro wrestler. He's flexing to the crowd from below, and the people around us start hollering and pounding the glass in approval of his gestures. Real caveman shit. One guy threw a full beer at the plexiglass, and it got all over a few of the kids who were standing close to where it hit the glass. The sound of a bell echoes up the empty elevator cavity, signaling firefighter number 3 to go. He decides not to use most of his climbing gear and starts making his way up untethered to any failsafe. This really got the crowd going. They were hyped. No fucking way, he's fucking crazy. People were jumping around like silly children, but even the children weren't jumping and screaming. I think they were all confused as to what lesson was supposed to be retained during this field trip, as we were all watching firefighter number 3 climb up towards us like George of the Jungle. And to his respect, the guy did make it to the top, but not all the way. Let's just call this guy George. As George reaches floor 20, his hands grip the metal grating on the floor, and then he tries to pull himself up like he's getting out of a pool, but he's winded and out of energy. Naturally, nobody helps him though, because his time is still going. He has to pull himself through that metal door frame to complete his run, and the time has to stop. People are cheering him on, but he's completely gassed out. And it's terrible to think of this in such a whatever way, because I know it's not. but I shouldn't have been the only one seeing this guy struggling and think, maybe I should help because he doesn't have a harness. But there's literally a man with a stopwatch squatted by the hole of the elevator, shouting at this guy to get his ass up there. It was not in my power to change the following event. I was, however, able to stop Sammy from witnessing it, and that was the most important thing to me. I grabbed her and yanked her back from the viewing position by the glass. Just as I hear the sound of friction his hands make against the metal grates on the floor as they lose traction and make a quick scratch sound as gravity takes him back down the 20 floors he just climbed up. The people gasp and scream. The kids who stayed pressed up against the glass begin to scream and run through the crowd in all directions, looking for their teacher. They'd all just seen firefighter number 3 hit the ground so hard, the wind beneath him put out the fire. His brain was also completely ejected from his skull, his torso, like a water balloon. A big, red, blood-filled water balloon exploded in that elevator shaft, and thankfully, my daughter Sammy will never have that as a memory. I closed my daughter's eyes, and a few chaperones went for their kids, but we couldn't shield all of their eyes, walking past it on the way down and out of the building. It was chaos, and I couldn't figure out why we weren't looking for other ways to exit. Apparently, there were none, besides the one right next to the elevator. Regardless, we all had to walk past it as we left the building, and that's where I got the morbid peak. I wish that I could unpeak. Even to this day, I don't know why I looked, but that's how I know how to describe what the bottom of the elevator looked like. None of the people there were trying to immediately cover it up, so it was all on display for these kids to see as they walked out the doors. Walking to the bus was sad and uncomfortable. The bus ride home was sad and uncomfortable. Now again, my daughter turned out fine, but she didn't actually see any of it. And I'm curious constantly how the kids pressed up against that glass, who also saw it on the way out. I wonder how they turned out. That's the real question. Well, bonus points if you can count how many things in my 90s story wouldn't fly today. But hey, it is what it is. I work at a preschool that's in a very old Catholic school building. We're not a Catholic school or affiliated with the church at all. We just rent the building from the church. But we are on the church grounds and right next door to a cemetery. It's still a functioning cemetery, but it dates back to the early 1800s. So anyway, in the 1950s, the school building was the Catholic school. It's a fairly small building with a large gymnasium. It has a stage for performances and other things. And during the 50s, an 8-year-old girl suffered a brain aneurysm in the parking lot and died on the spot. She's buried in the cemetery next door. She's one of the ghosts that's there, and we call her Mary. Now, every person that I know that's ever worked here has had some sort of experience with at least one of the spirits, but it's mainly Mary. A few years back, when we did bus service for the kids, we had a lady bus driver. Once she would get to the school and the kids would go to class, she'd go into the break room, read the newspaper, and have breakfast. One day, she came out of the break room and something caught her eye, so she turned to look. And sitting on a low shelf in the hallway was a girl with a long, light-colored dress on and long hair, and she suddenly vanished. This particular woman was so moved by seeing a spirit that she instantly called her mother to tell her that she saw her guardian angel that day. I've personally had toys move around the room during nap time. I've heard kids running around and laughing on the stage when the gym is dark and the stage curtains are drawn. One time when I was the opener and was there at 6:30 a.m. with 3 kids for the day, I had the kids with me in the office to make coloring page copies. I heard footsteps with keys jingling coming down the hallway. I poked my head out to see if someone was coming into the building, but no one was there. I could clearly hear the steps and the jingling get closer, then go past the doorway of the office, and then they would just stop in front of the janitor closet. About 6 months before this happened, the janitor of the school who had worked there for over 15 years had passed away. I like to think it was them, just there to do their job like they always did. I've counted extra feet in bathroom stalls when counting the kids. Other ladies have seen a girl spinning in circles, singing in a room that no one was in and the lights were off. One time, another lady was opening for the day, and she'd just gotten to the school. It was winter, so it was still pretty dark at 6:15. She got into the building, and she'd started opening the classroom up when she heard a loud noise coming from the office, like someone knocked something over. So she went into the class, locked the door, called the director, who told her to get out of the building and call the police. So that's what she did. The police came, go into the office, do a full sweep of the school, and they confirm there's no one in the building. But they ask her to come into the office. When she gets to the office, there's paperwork, books, folders, everything, all over the place. She said it looked like someone had gone in there and just threw everything from the desk all over. No one could understand what had happened. Another time, we had a tornado actually touch down on the roof of the school, tearing that section of the roof clean off. No one was hurt. Everyone in the school was able to get to safety before it touched. For a solid week prior to this happening, the director kept seeing the old father of the church, who'd passed away years ago, all over the school. Once the tornado hit, she said she believed that he was coming there to warn everyone of the upcoming events and trying to protect his school. At my school, we've watched kids play and speak to someone or something that isn't there. One time, a girl around 4 years old played and pretended to feed someone who wasn't there, holding a full conversation by herself, and during it, she kept looking up at the ceiling and then back down in front of her. It went on for a good 30 minutes. When we asked her who she was playing with, she just said totally normal and pointed. My friend. Most recently in my room, I have a special needs kid who's mostly nonverbal. He does speak, but not too much unless he really wants to. The other day, we had the door to the classroom open, and he kept walking in front of it and stopping to look out at something. So I asked him, "Hey buddy, what are you looking at out there?" He turns to me and says, clear as day, "There's a ghost right there, and it's scary." I asked him, "Where did you see the ghost?" He says, "Out there, on the ceiling." Everyone who works there knows of the spirits who stay there, and they've all said that it's never been scary. A little spooky sometimes, but never scary. You just learn to work with them and around them if need be. And if I ever open or close the building, I'm always sure to say hello to them when I walk in and goodbye when I leave. I work in a cemetery. It's not quite as creepy as people think, most of the time. During the day, it's actually kind of peaceful, quiet, calm, as you can imagine. You get used to the stillness, the routine. But there are moments, usually when the sun goes down, where it feels different. One evening, I stayed late to catch up on some work. The office had cleared out by then, and I had locked up the main gates myself. I was alone on the property. It was getting dark, but I wasn't far from the entrance, and I figured I'd only be another 15 minutes or so. I was inside the small showroom we used to display headstones and granite samples. It's this modest little structure tucked off the main path. It's surrounded by rows of flat stones and newer monuments. Inside, it's got this clean but sterile feel. White walls, polished floors, and a short hallway that leads to a heavy basement door. I was standing there near the front counter, taking pictures of some granite options with my phone to save for a client. And that's when I heard something loud. Slam. The unmistakable sound of the basement door flying open and slamming shut. It echoed through the building. Then, footsteps. Slow, heavy ones, heading down the stairs. I froze. Every hair on my arm stood straight up. My first thought was that someone had come back in. Maybe someone from maintenance had forgotten something and used their key. But I was sure I'd locked up. I even double-checked the doors earlier, like I always do when I'm alone. Still, I called out, trying to sound casual. "Hello? Maintenance?" No reply. Just silence. That silence stretched on for too long. I waited, strained to hear anything. But there were no footsteps coming back up. No shuffling, no voice. Just the hum of the overhead lights and the creaking of the building settling. And yet, I knew what I'd just heard. That door doesn't just open on its own. It's old and heavy. You have to pull it. I stood there for maybe another minute, completely still. After waiting and hearing nothing, I figured a really strong draft, a heavy vibration from something outside. But I'd heard footsteps. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to check it out. I grabbed the flashlight from the front desk just in case and crept over to the basement door. It was shut, just like before. I slowly opened it, the hinges groaning slightly. I peered down into the stairwell. The light was already on. The concrete steps stretched downward to the same old unfinished space, the one we used for storage. No movement, no sound. I went down the steps, scanned the area. Empty. I checked the back doors, still locked. All the windows were latched. I was completely alone. I didn't stay much longer. I finished what I needed to do and got out of there pretty fast. I didn't want to explain to anyone why I was spooked, because it felt ridiculous. But I know what I heard. The basement door opened. It slammed shut, and someone or something walked down those stairs. There was no one else in that building, though. At least no one I could see. I love dolls. I collect them. Personally, in regards to my own dolls, I've never been afraid of any of them. It's quite the contrary. They're my plastic, vinyl, resin angels, and they make me feel more at home than not having them around. That being said, I saw this one antique doll in a junk shop that gave me shivers. She was a composite doll, probably from the 30s or 40s. She was very pretty, but you could see her age. She had tiny cracks all over her. The guy who owned the shop loved dolls, and he knew that I loved dolls. He was closing up the shop, and he said she wanted me to have her. But I was like, thanks, but no thanks. There was just something wrong about that doll. Some vibe that she gave off that told me not to go there. I refused to even touch her, let alone take her. Interestingly enough, he wasn't offended by my refusal. In fact, he seemed to approve of my decision not to take her home. I don't think he wanted me to have her so much as he wanted to see what I'd do if he offered her to me. I do think he would have let me take her, but sometimes I wonder what the man's motives really were in offering me that particular doll. I almost felt like it was some kind of weird test, and I somehow passed it. I know it doesn't really make any sense, but that's how it felt at the time. In 2004, my parents moved us from the East Coast to the Gulf Coast, and I started 7th grade at a new school. I talked differently, dressed differently, and overall didn't impress the popular girls, or anyone for that matter. If someone bothered speaking to me, it was only to make fun of my accent. By the second week, I'd learned to stay small and keep to myself. When you remove yourself from all social dynamics and become purely a spectator, you learn a lot. I quickly identified who was friends with who had crushes, and who secretly hated their best friend. Then there was Brady, the invisible boy. I envied him most of all. He didn't have to play politics, avoid bullies, or fear the bathrooms. No one stared at him or pointed. It was like he didn't exist. I didn't even notice that we sat next to each other in second period until he randomly asked to borrow a pen. I didn't expect to get it back, but he returned it the next day. A while later, he borrowed it again, and this kept on to the point that we made jokes about how he should just keep it. Little by little, we would talk more until I felt like I was making a real friend. We ate at different lunchtimes, and we didn't have any other classes together, so I would look for him in the hall. There would be glimpses of him from a distance, but every time I tried to make my way over, he'd be gone when I got there. It was starting to seem like he was avoiding me on purpose, so I finally said something in class. Brady said he never saw me and asked me to meet him behind the cafeteria after school, and then he never showed. The next day, he wasn't in class. He didn't come back until sometime the following week. I asked him what had happened, but he just ignored me. And then I noticed there were dark rings around his eyes, and he looked like something bad had happened. So I left him alone. I watched him all through class. I saw a dark, matted clump of hair on the back of his head. It looked like he was hurt. His clothes were covered in dirt and torn, like he'd slept outside. I couldn't believe the teacher hadn't said something to him. Did she really not notice? I tried asking if he was okay, but I did it too loud, and the whole class turned to look at us. I stared at Brady, hoping he would say something, hoping the teacher would see him and help. But then one of the popular girls said, "Oh my God, she's talking to her imaginary friend again." And everyone started laughing hard. I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up and made a horrendously embarrassing speech about how awful they all were. Crying definitely made it worse, but that's a different kind of childhood trauma. The kind of trauma that comes from a teacher taking you into the hallway to explain that your only friend wasn't real is a whole world of messed up into itself. There was no Brady in that class, no Brady in my grade. That desk had apparently been empty all year. I freaked out so bad that my parents were called to pick me up. My mom made me wait in the car while she talked to the principal. A few days and a therapy session later, my mom told me what they talked about. Sometime in the 90s, a similar incident happened where a kid thought that he'd made a friend named Brady. He was so insistent that our principal, still a teacher back then, looked into it, found old articles where a student named Brady had died. His mom was an addict, and Brady used to run to the school when she became violent. He'd sneak into the cafeteria and stay the night. One day, she chased after him, caught up with him in the parking lot. He tried to make it to the door, but she ran him over before he could reach it. He died still pinned beneath her tire. She was so out of it that she didn't even realize she killed him until the next morning. My schedule was changed, so I didn't have the same second period anymore. I guess the teachers hoped that it would help avoid another incident, and I guess it did. The other kids gave me hell for as long as I attended that school, but I only saw Brady a handful of times after that, and I was really careful to avoid showing it. I didn't need to add any fuel to the fire. To my knowledge, that was the only ghost I've ever had contact with, but who knows? Either way, I'm fine believing that he was my only one. I was always afraid of the sixth sense. I have no need to live it. When I was in high school, I spent part of summer break with my best friend and his family in the countryside of Japan. His grandparents lived in a small, traditional home surrounded by quiet roads and dense trees. They gave me my friend's mom's old childhood room to sleep in. It was simple: floor mattress, desk, a couple of shelves, and there was this wall closet that looked like it had been built into the room decades ago. But the thing that always caught my attention was this other door. Small, maybe 1.5 feet tall, maybe 3 feet wide. It was built into the wall just above the closet. I remember thinking the design was strange, almost like a compartment that wasn't meant to be found. At first, I didn't think too much of it. I was too jet-lagged. The heat and humidity made sleeping a challenge anyway. I'd stayed up late, tossing and turning, scrolling on my phone until the early hours. But I noticed that whenever I turned the lights off at night, something about that small closet space made me uncomfortable. The shadows in the room settled naturally everywhere except that one spot. It always seemed darker there, heavier. After a while, I started to adjust to the time difference and was finally getting some sleep. But one morning, toward the end of the second week, I woke up and noticed that the little door was open, just slightly, about an inch or two. Nothing too crazy. But I was sure that it had been closed before. I got up, closed it gently, figured maybe it hadn't been latched all the way and just came loose. Still, I couldn't help but stare at it for a while afterward, like I was trying to convince myself it was just old hinges and nothing more. A couple nights later, I woke up in the middle of the night. No real reason, no sound or jolt, just this wave of discomfort that crept in the second my eyes opened. The room was dim, kind of dark, where you can barely make out shapes. But the first thing I noticed was the small door was open again, only this time it wasn't cracked. It was wide open. And inside of it, whatever was behind that door was pitch black. Not shadowy, not dark like the rest of the room, just black, like it swallowed all the light. That's when I realized I was frozen. I'd never experienced sleep paralysis before. I'd only read about it, heard people talk about it. But this was something else. I couldn't speak. I couldn't shift my weight. I was locked in place. My heart was pounding, and my eyes were fixed on the opening above the closet. I couldn't see anything inside, but I could feel it. The darkness wasn't just visual. It was a feeling, like it was reaching out, stretching toward me in a way that I can't explain. Not fast, not slow, just steady. Like something was aware of me, like something wanted to be seen, but was waiting for me to truly look. I don't remember falling asleep after that. I must have. I woke up in the morning with the door tightly shut again, just like it had never happened. I didn't say anything at first. I didn't want to sound crazy, and honestly, I wasn't even sure I believed it myself. But later that day, I brought it up to my friend. Kept it casual, just asked if he remembered that weird little door in his mom's old room. He paused and then kind of laughed. Did it open on its own? I nodded. His smile dropped a bit. My mom said the same thing happened to her growing up. She always said that there was something off about that room, something in the walls. Now you know why I gave it to you. When we got back home at the end of the trip, I saw his parents again. His mom sort of teased me in a way that adults do when they already know the answer to a question. So, she said, handing me my suitcase. I heard you met the ghost. She was smiling, but her eyes were serious. She glanced at her son, then back at me. That little door used to open for me too, you know. She said this almost like it was nothing. It was always in the middle of the night, and it was always darker than the rest of the room. It really gave me the creeps growing up. She didn't offer anything else, just gave me a knowing look, like she wasn't surprised at all. I didn't ask any follow-up questions. I think part of me didn't want to know more. My husband and I stayed at a super old hotel in Santa Fe, New Mexico. At the time, I didn't really believe in paranormal things like ghosts. mainly because nothing had ever happened to me. The old room that we were staying in had this decorative wooden chair that had a slanted seat. I took note of the slant because I wound up putting my computer bag on this chair and felt comfortable doing so. I'm super careful with my electronics, and the slanted seat made it so that my bag slid all the way to the back of the chair, and so that it couldn't fall. I also hung a nice new dress on the back of the chair. We went out for sightseeing, and when we came back, my dress was on the floor near the chair. I wondered if housekeeping had touched it, even though we had a do not disturb sign on our door. Oh well, we ordered some dinner and went to bed. My husband and I were laying in bed in the dark, talking, almost falling asleep, when suddenly we heard a super loud slam. It was so loud we shot awake and both turned on the light. There, on the other side of the room, a good 10 to 15 feet from the chair, was my computer bag. It was like someone had lifted it and threw it down. There's no way that it just fell off the chair that far away, and the chair's seat was slanted backwards toward the wall. It would have been hard for just about anything to fall off, especially forward and 15 feet away. And it was a slam to the ground. I was so terrified, but my husband just shrugged it off like, I guess this place is haunted like a lot of places in Santa Fe. Guess the ghost doesn't like our stuff on its chair. I demanded that we sleep with the light on. I didn't even have the courage to check if my computer was okay until the next day. For anyone wondering, it was fine. Thank goodness. It had a nice case on it. Well, the next morning, my husband asked the front desk if the hotel was known to be haunted, and the guy just laughed and said, "Oh, what? Did you see the little girl?" No, we hadn't seen a little girl, but we certainly had seen something. Update for those of you who are wondering, the hotel was the Hotel St. Francis, and I found a picture online of the chairs on a random Yelp review. I guess a few of their standard rooms have this chair, so the pictures probably aren't the chair. But if you're into the paranormal, check out Hotel St. Francis. Maybe you'll see the little girl. The Vortex Highway, just a stretch of Route 33 near the southern edge of Oregon that's infamous for strange occurrences. Compasses spinning, birds flying in circles, electronics shorting out. I'd heard about it over the years, being from near the area. Even read a few online threads full of wild stories. But it wasn't until last year, when I took the route for myself, that I understood why people stayed away. I'm not a superstitious person. I've spent most of my life behind the wheel, driving cross-country for work. Nothing scares me on the road, not thunderstorms or blizzards, not even the loneliness that comes with hours of driving through empty, isolated highways. But what happened to me on Route 33, I still can't explain. I was headed from Portland to a small town in Northern California for a work gig. It was a clear afternoon, a little overcast in the distance, but nothing out of the ordinary. My GPS directed me toward Route 33, a shortcut through some pretty rural areas. I remembered the stories about the vortex, shrugged them off, obviously. People love a good campfire tale. The moment I hit the stretch of road, though, things started to feel off. The trees that lined the road, they seemed too tall, too close together, as if they were leaning in, crowding the asphalt. My radio signal cut out, leaving me with only static. And that's common in remote areas, so no big deal, right? But then I noticed the sky. The overcast clouds, they'd thickened into a strange swirling pattern directly above me, almost like they were moving in slow, tight circles. I remember glancing at my clock, 2:15 p.m. I had a lot of hours before sundown, a lot of driving. And that's when I started to feel wrong. best way I can describe it is like a heaviness, a pressure building in the air. My chest felt tight, my head buzzed, as if I were sitting under high-voltage power lines. I chalked it up to being tired. I kept driving. Maybe it was a storm, but there was no rain, nothing, just the noise and the clouds. A few minutes later, something even stranger happened. I saw the same mile marker, the one that I had passed 10 minutes ago. I was sure of it. Mile marker 204. A sign for an old, run-down gas station up ahead that I'd already seen and decided to skip. I frowned, thinking I must have missed a turn somehow. I checked my GPS, but the screen was frozen. The little blue dot showing my location was stuck in place, like I wasn't moving at all. I pulled over, trying to get my bearings, feeling a little bit uneasy, thinking maybe I am superstitious. My phone had no service, which was kind of weird, but again, I thought it was just the area. I reset the GPS, turned the car back on, and kept going. And that's when it happened. I blinked. That's the only way I can describe it. One moment, I'm driving past a cluster of trees. The next, the road was completely different. The trees were gone. The sky, which had been an odd, swirling gray, was now a deep, dark purple. I slammed on my brakes. My heart was sort of hammering in my chest, and I was wondering what the hell just happened. I checked the clock on my dashboard. 7:43 p.m. 5 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. I sat there, staring at the time, trying to just make sense of it. There was no way I'd been driving for 5 hours. I hadn't stopped. I hadn't dozed off. It was just gone. Missing time. My phone was dead. No GPS. The air outside of my car felt thick. It was still humming. I had to keep driving. I didn't know where I was, but I really hoped I'd figure it out. I drove, faster now, trying to outrun whatever was happening. The pressure in my head was kind of unbearable, like my skull was being squeezed. I glanced in the rearview mirror, and there was something behind me, just barely visible. A tall figure, maybe, dark, standing at the edge of the road, watching me, but getting further away. I couldn't make out features in such a time. It was just a black outline. I really didn't want anything to do with this place, so I floored it, and I didn't look back again. After what felt like probably forever, I finally saw lights, and there was a town up ahead. As soon as I passed a gas station, my phone pinged to life, and the clock on my dashboard seemed to be working with reality, showing 8:10 p.m. That was about how much time had passed since I had this strange experience. At the moment I pulled into town, the pressure in the air had disappeared, and that strange buzzing was gone. The clouds, normal. But I still had no idea what happened. I checked my phone, scrolling through the hours that had disappeared. No missed calls, no messages. Like nothing had happened in those 5 hours. But I knew it wasn't nothing. I'd been somewhere else for a long time. There's not really a reason for me to take Route 33 anymore. I don't really even drive near it, but I do find myself obsessively checking the clock when I'm driving, kind of afraid that one of these days I'll blink again, but this time I just won't come back or something. My family moved into our current house in 2012 after the elderly couple who had previously lived here had died within months of each other. Aside from superstition, all I knew about them was that they had left behind a middle-aged son who had sold us the house, and they'd also left various trinkets of theirs in the house. These included bottles of holy water, some ornaments, and a spoon with a teddy bear and the name Lucia engraved on it, probably a christening gift. The house was very old-fashioned. The wallpaper had been up for decades and the built-in furniture was rotting. This led to most of the rooms needing to be redecorated and rebuilt. This included the bathroom, which was originally the toilet in one room and the bath and sink in a separate room. I should also note that when you reach the top of the stairs, the bathroom door is directly on your left. One night when I went into the bathroom and shut the door behind me, next to the door stands a towel rack, and opposite that is a mirrored bathroom cabinet above the sink. The cabinet reflected a young girl from the shoulders up. It felt like a millisecond, but I saw her long enough to see that she had wavy, light blonde hair, was tall and skinny, and wearing a maroon blazer and tie. She was facing me, but had a nonchalant facial expression. Before I could turn to look at her, having realized that she would be standing next to me, her body in the mirror seemed to tilt backwards before she faded into nothingness. My mom was really spooked when I told her what I had seen, as she described a dream, one that involved a girl who matched the same description, running playfully down the stairs through the downstairs hallway. She said that every time the girl was about to reach the kitchen, this footage in her mind would go to static and then replay on a loop. My younger brother, who would have been about 7 at the time, stated a girl would come into his room, sit at the end of his bed, and sing. However, this may have just been him going along with the discussion, but who knows? Some other freaky occurrences were that people often saw a tall man in a suit and a top hat behind the car in the rearview mirror when reversing out of our driveway. The living room would also sometimes fill with the smell of cigar smoke. It would appear hazy, despite no one smoking. My mom also once attempted a house cleaning ritual involving burning a candle and saying a chant before it burned out. When my stepdad called her downstairs, as the candle was almost burnt out, she felt her feet being pulled from beneath her, and something pushed her downstairs. By the time she reached the bottom, the candle had already burnt out. Thus, she never got to finish the ritual. We've described strange events to 3 different psychics, and without hearing any of the details, all 3 described similar stories of the previous owners having 2 children, including a daughter who had died from a neck injury from falling down the stairs when she was around 7. 2 of the psychics described the man as the girl's grandfather. He was trying to help her move on. Additionally, they all gave accounts of the girl while alive sitting inside the built-in wardrobe in my room during the night, and then going into my brother's room to talk to her brother. One said that the only way that she would leave is if we knocked out the built-in furniture in the room. I'm usually a skeptic when it comes to these kinds of things, but I don't doubt what I saw or the matching accounts of 3 different people. I should also note that since I knocked out my wardrobes about 3 years ago, there's been no additional occurrences. Back when I was captain in the fire department, we responded to a house fire early in the morning. When we arrived, the roof was breached. The flames had taken out 2 windows on the 2nd floor of a split-level home. We made entry even though the roof was breached. The thermocline was about 2 feet off the 1st floor. We wouldn't have gone in at all, but a child was missing, and the father and the mother had gotten out of the house, but they couldn't get to their daughter's room. The father was treated for burns on his hands and forearms as he had tried to go in after her. Suffice to say, they were frantic. They told us that her room was on the 2nd floor, 2nd door on the right. Simple enough. We made entry, and the stairs faced the door. Rapid bursts from the TFT to the ceiling brought the smoke level up to about 4 feet from the floor. That's when my handline man and I saw something that neither of us could explain. I saw a motion to the left, down on the main floor. Someone was walking around downstairs. I pointed to my handline man and he saw it too. We couldn't see a body as the person was in the smoke, but we could see the legs and the feet clearly. It looked to be a man wearing olive green trousers and leather shoes. I wouldn't say that the legs were dancing, but they were certainly moving in a way that got our attention. We redirect back down the stairs and see the legs go into the door on the right side of the small hallway. We both saw the legs go into that room. We get down the hallway and the door is closed. Feeling the door, there weren't flames behind it, and we made entry to discover that we were in the bathroom. The light was on, and curled up in the bathtub was the little girl. There was no one else in the room with her. We broke out the window and got her to a second crew keeping the house next door from catching fire. We looked around the bathroom again and we couldn't find the man that we'd both seen going into the bathroom. There was nowhere for him to hide in there. We withdrew from the house and did exposure control as the house was a complete loss. With the fire already ingressing into the living room, the parents had gone with their daughter to the hospital where she was checked and cleared to go later that morning. The man suffered only first and small second-degree burns on his hands and forearms. The family stopped by the station, wanted to thank us for saving their daughter. They asked us how we knew to check the first-floor bathroom, and I asked them if they knew anything about a man in olive green trousers and leather shoes. The man pulled out his phone. After a minute of thinking, he showed us a picture of two old men standing in a lawn. One of the men was clearly wearing olive green trousers and those leather shoes. The man we had seen on the first floor had passed away in 1976 and was the man's father. The little girl's grandfather had shown us where she was. We were all pretty speechless. It's the only time I've ever seen a ghost during a response. My friend used to be a janitor at a university. One night, he's finishing cleaning up the bathrooms and he's just about to leave. He hears one of the toilets flush. He tries to think nothing much of it and continues on working. About 30 minutes later, he's closing up one of the classrooms and he notices something from the corner of his eye. Looks like someone walking across the hall, going from one room quickly to another. He goes over and checks the rooms just to make sure nobody was breaking in. And of course, they're empty. He's been working there for years, so he just moves on. As he walks back past the bathroom again, he hears a loud slam coming from inside, like someone slamming the stall. He then hears the bathroom flush one more time. The brave guy goes back in there to see what's up, and of course, it's empty. Way later on, as his shift finishes, he walks to the lot where his car is. He feels like something's watching him. He turns around to check, and he swears he saw some sort of figure in the distance quickly hide away. He worked there for another few years, but oddly enough, that was his only story. A few years ago, I was out fishing in a 16-foot aluminum boat with a buddy of mine. Just off the coast, calm waters, good weather, nothing out of the ordinary. We were anchored and chatting quietly when we noticed a disturbance in the water, way off in the distance. At first, it looked like a ripple or maybe a school of fish breaking the surface. But whatever it was getting closer, fast. Within a minute or so, we could see a large wake forming, bigger than anything we'd expect in that area. No boats around, no obvious cause, just a powerful rolling swell moving straight towards us. Before we had time to react, 3 massive whales glided silently beneath the boat, close enough to make the water chum. For a moment, It felt like we were standing on a paper boat. The water rose, shifted, and settled just as quickly as it came. It was incredible, and honestly a little terrifying, how effortlessly they moved beneath us, like shadows in deep water. I was 12 years old, walking less than 2 blocks home. I was new to town. A man stopped his car and got out, walking towards me. He didn't have on any pants. I took off running towards the house that he was parked in front of. There was just a glass door. I opened it, screaming, "Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. I'm home." I had no idea if it belonged to the man who was following me, but I didn't want him to be able to follow me home, so I took a chance. I weaved my way through the house to the back door, ran through it, hurtling over shrubs until I got to another street. From there, I didn't hear anyone behind me, so I ran home. I was afraid to look back, too scared that the brief time that it would take to do that would be the exact time that it would take for him to catch up with me. I made it home and locked the doors. Now I know some people don't find these stories very scary, but I ask you, what do you think would have happened if that guy had gotten a hold of me? Is that not something that nightmares are made of? Last winter, I took a solo job hauling feed up near the Canadian border, cutting through some backcountry roads in northern Montana. A blizzard came in hard and fast. Visibility dropped to next to nothing. I slowed to a crawl and kept my eyes glued to the shoulder markers, what few I could see. About 10 miles from the drop point, my dash camera flickered. Then the cab lights dimmed just for a second, and I noticed a shadow. Something was walking alongside the truck. At first, I thought it was an elk, but this thing was taller than the cab and kept perfect pace, even as I slowed. I couldn't see it fully, just its outline in the snowstorm, long arms that dragged near the ground, and a strange rhythm to its steps, almost like it limped. When I hit a patch of cleared road and picked up speed, it stopped, just stood there in the snow. I swear I saw its head turn and just watch me go, like it wasn't bothered by the cold at all or being left out there. A coworker trauma dumped pretty hard on me today. It came out of nowhere and I navigated it well. I pride myself on holding a good poker face. It's my way to show non-judgment. I believe communication makes the world go round, and I cherish when someone can feel comfortable enough with me to share personal stories of what made them who they are. Today, Friday afternoon, the office is pretty much empty. I've been staring at a computer all day and went to get a cola from the staff lounge. I ran into another woman on my team. We'll call her Z. She smiled, I smiled, and then out of nowhere, she asks if I believe in aliens. I say yes, and we start talking about our theories. She tells me about an article she was reading about the mysterious Area 51. She jokingly says, "Americans are obsessed with aliens." This conversation somehow turns into her telling me some honestly very fascinating information about her Muslim faith. And this turns into her telling me about where she's originally from, and that turns into how she got here. And right in there, that's when I got the unintentional trauma dump, though I don't think she knew she was trauma dumping. In her words, it's all she knew of life at the time. While Z was talking to me, I felt so privileged to be where I am. I'm 40 years old and realized this woman's saying things that I've never heard someone tell me in real life, and I haven't been able to think about anything else for the rest of the day. I'm going to explain this the best I can without trying to get anything wrong. If I do, let this be known. I'm terrible at geography, and I have zero depth or knowledge of the details. I'll do my best to re-trauma dump the trauma dump, best I can. Z's family is Muslim, but where she's from, Muslims follow two distinct traditions. You're either Shia or Sunni. These two sectors don't like each other. Z's family was Shia. She lived with her mom, dad, and was the middle of three. Her older brother was 19, she was 16, and her younger sister was 10. Z's dad made computer things and was working with an American company, one that worked for the FBI. Because of his job, Z and her family were always moving around every few years. They had to live secretly, never reveal anything about their dad's real job. Fighting starts in the town that they're staying in. They're given an address and told that a new home will be waiting for them when they arrive. So they picked up their belongings and once again fled for another location in Iraq. After traveling for hours, they make it to their destination and soon find out that their new home is right in the middle of Sunni territory. This is bad for Z's family. I would have never imagined how bad until she told me. So this next part, it's important if you believe in the paranormal, supernatural stuff. I do. But if you don't, this part might not be significant for you. Personally, I was unable to control my jaw almost touching the floor. Z's at the part about her family moving into rival territory, and she asks me if I believe in ghosts. I do, I guess. Never seen one, but I have enough friends with random stories here and there that it would almost be disrespectful to them if I flat out said no. She says they're called jinn there. Her family's house had several, and they primarily tormented the children. Z thinks that they fed off of their fear, that they grew stronger during the months that they had to stay while the Americans tried to find them another location. Most of the days the family spent their time indoors and rarely interacted with the neighbors. There was a constant looming unease that their identities would be discovered. The jinn made themselves known to Z's younger sister Nala first. She was woken up in the middle of the night to the sound of a dog's whimpering. But the family didn't own any animals, and only she heard it. Alone, Nala would go searching for the source. Leaving her room, she walked into the hall believing the dog noises were coming from somewhere down on the first floor. She walks down a long stone hallway towards the stairs, all while the dog's high-pitched yelps are echoing around her. When her foot touches the first step, the whimpering she'd originally heard transformed into a sinister laughter, resonating from the bottom of the empty stairway. Then the laughter abruptly stopped, and Nala stood silent, frozen, at the top of the stairs, trying to make sense of it. The lights had been intentionally left off not to disturb the others sleeping, out of pure, ingrained paranoia that someone could break in at any time. But Nala decided to turn on the lights to give one more good look around. But as she's reaching for the switch, disembodied footsteps begin dashing up the stairs towards her. Nala somehow suppressed her scream while running as fast as she could to Z's room. She woke her up in a panic and told her everything. After Z was able to calm Nala down, she got out her flashlight and they searched the house until they were certain that every door was locked and only family was inside. They both slept in Z's room that night. It was a large home with plenty of rooms, but when possible, the family always chose to sleep in the furthest rooms opposite of one another as they could. Even the mother and father would sleep alone in their own rooms of the house. They'd make a bed against the wall that the entry door swung towards, leave it open, and lay as tucked away as possible. I had to ask why. It's because if the unfortunate event of their home being targeted, they'd have a better chance of at least a few of them surviving if they weren't all bunched together like cattle. But exceptions were made when the rest of the family started having experiences of their own with the jinn. Candles randomly lit in the house and whispers were commonly heard in the night. Z's dad was plagued with night terrors, ones that made it hard for him to sleep. Walking through the house one night, he watched their large living room couch slide at him effortlessly across the floor. It knocked him over, and he hit his head on the ground. I don't remember who found him in the morning, but there was a big pool of blood around him. They all thought that he was dead until he woke up. They also found small footprints, ones that looked like they had walked through the blood and up the wall. It wasn't the dad's blood. He didn't have any open wounds on his head, just a baseball-sized welt above his right eye. After Z's dad was convinced, all of them felt comfortable sharing their stories, hearing whispers, seeing shadows slink from the corners of the room, and misplaced items. These were all commonalities that they experienced. And scorpions. They'd find dozens of scorpions in their home, in their beds, clean laundry, hiding in their sandals. The mom and dad searched every inch of the house for holes or cracks, but nobody knew how the scorpions were getting inside. Apparently, everyone got stung at least once by one of those little devils. Z said that she was stung 4 times, once while she was sleeping. The surge of pain woke her up, and the scorpion, along with its stinger, was hanging off of her face when she sat up. The stinger embedded itself like a fishing hook into her bottom lip. It swelled up real big and stayed like that for over a week, she said. I remember thinking that this was as bad as the story would get, but when Z kept talking, I realized that was just the beginning of her story. I was about to learn how her family got out of there, how they ended up here in America. More specifically, everything that they lost to come here. This part was the trauma. Z told me about the night that her family's location was compromised by their rival, the Sunnis. They had no choice but to flee. The plan was to escape to a new, safer location, but before they could get that far, they were ambushed. She described the scene vividly, how she was sitting in the back seat of the van with her 10-year-old sister and her father. Her mother was up front in the passenger seat, and her older brother was driving. They'd packed whatever they could and left in a hurry, but it wasn't long before chaos surrounded them. Enemy vehicles had them boxed in, leaving no room to turn, no way to escape. Z said that everyone was panicked, talking over each other, yelling, trying to figure out what to do. And then, the first round of gunfire erupted. Bullets rained down on the van, shattering windows, tearing through the metal. She was sure that one of the bullets had hit someone inside the van, but as she looked around frantically, she didn't see any blood. She told me that she barely had time to check if everyone was okay when another round of gunfire ripped through the van. This time, the damage was unmistakable. Z's voice hardly trembled when she described it. She said that she looked over just in time to see her brother's head lose its shape. And that's how she would put it. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. She said that she couldn't believe what she was seeing. She looked ahead, and there were his hands, still gripping the steering wheel, as if he were still driving. The van was bumping along the uneven road, and for a moment, she said it almost looked like he was still in control. Of course, she knew better. Her brother was gone, and if they didn't do something fast, they all would be. Z's mother screamed from the front seat, a guttural, heart-wrenching sound as she described it. But there wasn't time to process or to grieve, not for Z. The van swerved violently as the lifeless weight of her brother slumped against the wheel, his foot still pressing the accelerator. The vehicle jolted to the right, narrowly missing a ditch. And Z's father, he lunged forward, reaching for the steering wheel from the back seat. Z remembers him shouting for everyone to hold on, his voice breaking under the strain of the noise. Nala, her sister, clung on to Z, her small hands gripping her arms tightly. Her eyes were wide with terror, her mouth opening and closing like she wanted to scream, but she couldn't find the air to do it. Z said that was one of the hardest parts. She barked for everyone to stay down, yanking her sister towards the floor as another hail of bullets shattered the windows. Shards of glass rained down on them, cutting into their arms and neck. Z barely felt it through the adrenaline. Her father managed to grab the wheel just in time to stop the van from careening into the trees. Z glanced up. She saw her mother, frozen in the passenger seat still, tears streaming down her face as she stared at her son's lifeless body. Z claims that she shouted for her mother to help her father, hoping to snap her out of it, telling her they needed to keep moving. But her mother didn't respond. She just sat there, her hands trembling, gripping the dashboard, staring ahead as if she couldn't bear to look back again. The van jerked violently again as her father struggled to maneuver from the back seat. Z said her father was shouting for help, stating he couldn't do it alone. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp bang echoed through the van, louder than the gunfire outside. Z turned just in time to see her father clutch his chest and collapse backwards. His body pinned Nala and Z to the floor. She screamed for her father, shoving at his weight. Her voice was breaking as she tried to free her and her sister. She described the van beginning to slow, its once erratic jerk settling into an eerie glide as it lost momentum. Z's eyes darted to the open windshield. Through the haze of dust and shattered glass, the enemy vehicles were closing in. They were out of time. Z knew that she had to act. Her brother was gone. Her father was gone or close to it. Her mother was catatonic. And Nala was too young to understand what was happening, so that just left her. Gritting her teeth, Z wiggled free from under her father's weight and scrambled forward, slipping into the driver's seat. She shoved her brother's body aside as gently as she could, trying not to look at him, or what was left of him. Her hands gripped the blood-slicked steering wheel and she pressed her foot down on the gas pedal. The van roared to life again and lurched forward. Through the shattered rear-view mirror, she could see the enemy vehicles gaining on them. The road ahead was a narrow, winding path. But Z's mind was racing faster than the van. She had no plans, no way out, only the will to survive. And she wasn't going to let her family die here, not like this. She recalls white-knuckling the steering wheel, desperately pushing forward with the battered vehicle, faster than it was meant to go. Behind her, the enemy vehicles were still closing in, their headlights slicing through the dust and the darkness that began to fall. Gunfire rang out again, bullets peppering the van's frame, but Z kept her focus on the road, shouting for her sister Nala to stay down. Glancing back, she could see Nala closed into the tightest ball possible, clutching their father's shirt like a lifeline. Z's mother was still in the passenger seat, still frozen, tears streaming silently down her face. Z's mind was racing and she had no idea where she was driving to. There was no clear landmarks, no signs of safety ahead, just endless, desolate road and the sound of death creeping closer. And then, over the chaos, a new sound emerged. At first it was faint, barely audible over the rumble of the van's engine and the sharp crack of gunfire. But as it grew louder, Z recognized it, the low, unmistakable thrum of helicopter blades. She glanced upward toward the shattered windshield, and she saw it, a silhouette against the moonlit sky, its spotlight cutting through the dust. The United States military. Z felt a flicker of hope ignite, but it was quickly overshadowed by fear. The enemy vehicles were still closing in, and there was no guarantee the helicopter crew had seen them. The van jolted violently as another bullet hit the rear tire. The vehicle swerved, and Z fought to keep it steady. She slammed her foot down on the gas pedal, desperate to close the distance between them and the helicopter. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light swept across the road, blinding her for a moment. The helicopter's spotlight had locked onto them. Z says she knew they likely couldn't hear her, but that they were all screaming now, "We're here, we're here." They were praying that they could hear them, see them, waving their arms out the windows, screaming, "Help us." A deafening roar from above as the helicopter opened fire, not at the van, but at the enemy vehicles behind them. Explosions lit up the darkness, and Z risked a glance in the rearview mirror. She saw one of the pursuing vehicles veer off the road, engulfed in flames, while the others skidded to a stop. The road ahead and behind were suddenly clear. The van sputtered and groaned, its damaged tire making it impossible to maintain speed. Z knew that they couldn't go much further, but the helicopter was now directly overhead, its light guiding them like a beacon. She explains that moments later another vehicle appeared on the horizon. This one was marked with the unmistakable insignia of the U.S. military. Z barely had time to register it before the van gave one final lurch and ground to a halt. Armed soldiers poured out of the military vehicle, shouting orders in a mix of English and the local language. Z threw the van into park and stumbled out, dragging Nala with her. Clutching her sister tightly, she urged the soldiers to please help her family, that her father, her mother, were inside the van. The soldiers moved quickly, pulling her parents from the van while others formed a defensive perimeter around them. Z continued to cling on to Nala, and she watched through tear-filled eyes as the soldiers carried her unconscious father and shell-shocked mother to safety. The helicopter continued to circle overhead, its presence a shield against any further attacks. As the vehicle rumbled away, Z finally allowed herself to collapse against the seat, her body shaking with sobs. Nala was clinging to her, burying her face in Z's chest. Her brother was gone, her father was gravely injured, and her family would never be the same. But the rest of them were alive. Against all odds, they had survived. Z said that was the first time in an eternity that she allowed herself to believe that her family might have a future. Again, I don't think Z knew she was trauma dumping. In retrospect, I guess I'm glad she did. The conversation has given me an insane amount of perspective, respect, for things that I didn't really understand before. Above all else, it felt like she really needed to share that chapter of her life. I, on the other hand, know that I'm sharing trauma. So if you don't want to hear it, I'm sorry you read it. Take care. An uncle of mine works at a software company in India. Last night he called my father, but it went to voicemail because he was asleep. Today at breakfast, we were all in the dining room. I was helping my mother clear the table while my father finished getting ready for work. He remembered that my uncle had called and left a voicemail, so he put the phone on speaker while he was fastening the buttons on his shirt. When the voicemail started to play, the sound was distorted from the amount of volume on the other side. We could hear men and women yelling all around my uncle as he tried to leave the message for my dad. We couldn't understand what he was saying, and after 30 or 40 seconds, the phone turned off and the message ended. At once, my father stopped what he was doing and picked up the phone to call my uncle. He turns off the speaker and presses it against his ear when it starts to ring. Then I watch his look of panic melt when my uncle answers the phone. He says, "I just listened to your message. Are you okay?" My uncle tells him that the company he works for was celebrating an anniversary, and the CEOs rented out a large stage at a movie studio to host the event. Everyone was sitting at tables, talking with one another and watching the giant LED screens on stage. Now it's known within the family that my uncle possesses the ability to interact with spirits. More so, spirits tend to interact with my uncle a lot. He's had this ability since he and my father were children. When their grandmother died, she told my uncle where her will had been filed, days after the funeral was held. They call them bhutas in India, restless spirits that walked out of the light, instead choosing to stay on earth and influence the living. for good and bad intentions. On the phone, still talking to my dad, my uncle tells him that the place where this event took place was saturated in negative energy, a place no god had claimed. Way above their heads were rows of large metal rafters with automated lasers and spotlights pointed at the floor of the stage. My uncle says through the glare of the lights, he could see the bhutas in the darkest parts near the ceiling, sitting on the metal beams. These inky black figures were also waiting for the show to start. Soon, everyone's attention was directed towards the stage, as rounds of pyrotechnics shot bursts of flames into the air. Then the spotlights all turned up and moved together to make one singular circle. Focused in the beam of light was a large green cage, hoisted high above the center stage. The bars were equipped with fireworks that began to shower down fountains of sparks. The crowd erupted with cheers and claps. Then, from the scaffolding bridge, the CEO and another man walk into the green cage, waving at the excited audience. The cage was intended to lower the men down onto the stage for a grand entrance. The machine comes to life, and the green cage starts shaking and wobbling. Both men grab the railings as they're almost knocked off balance. Gasps were heard, but the CEO never stopped smiling, and the crowd kept cheering. The cage shakes again. This time, one of the cables snapped, turning the cage sideways. The sudden failure sends both of the men tumbling over the railing of the cage, falling more than 20 feet to the ground. My uncle says it was obvious the CEO was dead by the way he had landed. And then it got loud. There was confusion as well from anyone who had not witnessed the event. Confusion and panic. It created absolute chaos for several minutes. My uncle found a safe space against a wall, avoiding being rushed by a group of employees and their families. That's when he finally decided to call my father. He'd already had his phone in his hand, having almost called him earlier when he'd seen the bhutas. He felt like something was going to happen and wanted to speak to his family. Now that something had happened, my uncle felt he might be in danger. He was physically safe against the wall, but he feared if he moved at all, the bhutas would find a way to target him. Just as he had that thought, his phone was knocked from his hands and away from him. He knew it wasn't safe to move. Some people may call that paranoia, but I don't think so. My uncle has had experiences prior to this, ones I mentioned earlier and others. I think he has the right to be a little wary of such things. Needless to say, he did escape unharmed, and the company's president, the other man, was critically injured but survived the accident. Still, it's all very unfortunate, and I think it's rather chilling in more than one way. Thanks for reading. My mom was a single parent through my teenage years. I have 2 younger sisters as well. My mother worked 3 jobs at one time, and she was always gone. Her first job started at 4:30 in the morning. She left the house before any of us were awake for school and wouldn't be home until midnight. Yeah, she didn't sleep for years. One morning, I saw a dark figure walk past my bedroom door and down the hall. I called out, "Mom?" The figure leaned back and poked its head into the doorway, as if it were taking one more glance to answer my call, and then continued back down the hallway, out into the living room kitchen area. I got out of bed, not having heard the very loud front door close. I imagined my mother would be in the living room, gathering her items before leaving. I walked into our living area and found no one. Nothing. I immediately phoned my mother. She was already at work. I told her what had happened and explained I was freaking out. This was before cell phones, so my mother had asked me to take the cordless phone and check the entire house. Are the doors locked, front and back? Yes. Check my room. Is it empty? Yes. The bathroom? Yes. Oh my God, Mom. I know I saw someone. Didn't I? My mom calmed me down, tried to explain that maybe it was sleepy stuff in my eyes, throwing me off. Over the weekend, when we had time to spend together, Mom finally broke down, telling me that maybe it was a ghost, but it would be a friendly ghost. Mom went on to explain that the people who sold her the house, they did tell her that an elderly man had peacefully passed away in his sleep before we purchased it. My sister, who's only 3 years younger than me, decided to name the ghost. It was a kind old man, so his name would be Henry. Naming the ghost made it seem less scary for some odd reason. After the first sighting and a name, Henry maybe felt a little more comfortable coming out because we started to see him and his antics more frequently throughout our home. Henry would shut the bathroom door if one of us girls left it open while using the bathroom. This happened very frequently. We were a house full of girls, so we never bothered to shut the door to our one bathroom that we all shared, and locks were not an option, especially in the mornings when we were all getting ready for school. One day, both my younger sisters were visiting my friends or doing their own thing, so I had the house to myself. I decided to watch a movie. We kept our movies on the bottom shelf of a china hutch that my grandmother made for my mom. The door was heavy and preferred to be open as opposed to shut. What I mean to say is if you unlock the door, it would naturally swing wide open. When opened, the one door, movie side, would hang in such a way as to block access to the hallway from the living room. I didn't need to go down the hall, so I left the door open. While watching the movie, out of the corner of my eye, the door slowly swung shut on the china hutch. And while it didn't lock, it was impossible that it would close on its own without some help. Chills ran up and down my spine, arms, legs, neck, everywhere. I immediately phoned my mother at work again and said, "Hey, sorry to call you at work, but Henry just closed the door on the china hutch and suddenly I didn't feel like being alone anymore." Mom told me that she understood and was impressed with Henry's strength to close that door. I agreed. We chatted until I told her I felt better, safe again, and I went back to watching the movie with the china hutch door locked, closed, to keep Henry happy. We moved out of that house when I turned 17, and as we were closing the front door for the last time on the move-out day, we all stuck our heads back inside and said, "Goodbye, Henry." Even though Henry was a friendly ghost, it was still scary as a young teen to come face to face, so to speak, with a ghost, regardless how nice he was. So I want to tell you about my Uncle Derek and my cousin Dennis. Derek is my mom's younger brother, and they also have another sister between them, my Aunt Pam. Their dad was abusive, and their mom was submissive towards him, so their childhood was rough. My mom was the only one to move away from the toxic small town they lived in while both of her siblings stayed and got hooked on drugs. And I don't mean they smoked weed and took fun party drugs. We're talking the meth variety. Pam married her own abusive husband, and he supports her habits, but Derek didn't have that luxury. He got married right out of high school. Both of his sons were born addicted to drugs, and his wife left him when the youngest was only 2. In order to pay the bills, Derek went to work on a land rig, and my grandparents took care of his sons while he was gone. The rig paid a lot of money, yet he always needed my grandparents to pay for anything the boys needed. Clothes, food, school supplies, everything. Derek also needed help paying his bills every month, and that also fell on my grandparents. That's how expensive his habit was, until he got fired for failing a drug test. Fast forward to the present. My grandfather passed away a few years ago, and my grandmother is going to lose her house because she still supports Derek and both of his sons. Every week, she or my aunt go to the food bank for him because he can't be bothered to go for himself. And they can't afford to buy his groceries anymore. Derek's oldest, Colby, is around 30. He's been in prison since he was 18. He won't be released anytime soon either, and that's a whole messed up story unto itself. His youngest, Dennis, is in his early 20s, with a wife and a son of his own, but no job. His child was likewise born addicted to drugs and suffers permanent mental deficits because of it. The four of them live in an 80s single-wide trailer that has holes in the walls and floors, plus it's missing several of the interior doors. Needless to say, that also means it's filled with old wiring and rotting materials, but hey, it's paid for. Dennis may not have a job, but he does sell enough party favors to pay for their habit. Unfortunately, that's not the safest line of business to be in. Again, this is a very small community. Everyone knows everyone and where they live. My poor younger cousin wasn't gifted with much in the way of common sense, so he often bragged about his enterprise to anyone who happened to be around. Earlier this year, his mouth finally caught up with him, and four guys decided to relieve him of his supplies. They were people he hung out with and considered friends, but they didn't have any money that night. Nor did they have to break in since none of the locks worked. Uncle Derek had passed out after being awake 4 or 5 days, so he was dead to the world. Dennis and his wife didn't wake up until all four guys were standing in their room. Anyone who's lived in those old single wides knows that they usually have the master at one end, the second bedroom at the opposite end, and though it's small, there's a tiny third room in the middle of the hall. The baby was in the third room, and there's a bathroom between the two. It's relevant. They wanted everything Dennis was holding, and he wouldn't get hurt. I know people say that in movies and then they end up dead anyway, but these guys were kids his age, just looking for an easy high. They knew Dennis wouldn't go to the police, and he has a reputation for being a bit of a wuss. Well, he tried to fight back anyway, not with his fists or a gun or anything useful. No, all he could get to was a lighter and a can of Lysol. What he thought was going to happen, none of us will ever know. From what I've heard, even he doesn't know. The reality, however, is that he burned some of the exposed insulation sticking out of the back wall, and it started spreading fast. Now, technically, it did scare the intruders enough that they left without the drugs. This is true. But the entire wall was catching and had already started spreading to the carpet. The fact that most of their neighbors were the type to stay up for several nights in a row saved their house. Dennis's wife got the baby outside right away. He was completely unharmed, though she and Dennis both suffered damage from smoke inhalation. It took 3 men to drag my uncle out of the house because he couldn't wake up. Meanwhile, the whole street had began working together to contain the fire. They were able to do enough that the fire department got it out just as it was working its way to the baby's room. I don't know if that's something that insurance would cover. I've personally never had it come up, but they don't have insurance, so it's a moot point. They couldn't live with my grandmother because she wouldn't have a house in another 6 months, and no one else had room for them. Well, no one willing to take them anyway. So what did they do? They blocked off the back bedroom and bathroom, and they continued to live there. Dennis and his wife moved in with the baby, and everyone shares the master bedroom. The kicker? Dennis's stash burned up in the fire, so he lost it all anyway. He received second-degree burns to his hands and arms, all trying to save his drugs before being dragged out of the house. They still wouldn't press charges on the 4 guys. It's a very snitches-end-up-in-ditches community over there. And Dennis's new reason for not having a job is PTSD. Never mind, he didn't work before the fire. I truly don't know how they're going to survive once my grandmother is gone. When she loses the house, she has to move in with my parents. And even if my mom's plans to make her cut off Derek fails, she won't be around forever. I've been reading horror since I was 8 years old, but the stories that come from my uncle and his sons are the most terrifying shit I've heard in my life. Remember, kids, weed is all you need. Leave the rest of the mess alone. We were returning home late one night from watching my grandson in a play. Our car was packed with my mother, 2 grown kids, 2 grandkids, my husband, myself. I'm usually good about trusting my gut, and I believe in women's intuition, but I was exhausted. Driving down a dark rural highway, We passed something on the side of the road. It looked like a big pile of metal. My brain was trying to process what it had seen and was trying to shrug it off as construction debris. But there was a voice in my head, and it kept saying I should turn around and investigate. I didn't say that out loud, but I was thinking it hard. My youngest daughter finally said, "Mom, if you think we should check it out, do it. Turn around." So I did, and what we found was a mangled car with a young man trapped inside. No one else on that road stopped, but I'm so glad that we did. We called 911, flagged down a passing car that just happened to have a nurse inside, and we all stayed with the young man, talking to him until help arrived. I was never able to find out what happened to him after that, but I felt like we'd saved his life. I had a serious car accident in Dallas, struck from behind on the I-635 North and the I-35 West split. The car in front of me came to a dead stop, while the traffic was 8 lanes full of cars, doing 75 miles an hour. 4 lanes split off to the left, 4 lanes to the right. I was in the left lane of the one splitting to the right, and obviously, the car in front of me had veered and the driver decided to stop, back up, and go left instead of right. Slammed on my brakes, and I swerved to the left to the guardrail. That ends there. I think in that moment, I'm going to die. I breathe a sense of relief when the car stopped, before going over the ledge and without hitting the stupid car in front of me, which had since moved on. The next thing, I was waking up from unconsciousness, and my entire car was destroyed. My head was turning, looking straight up at the roof, which was crinkled. I thought, "Oh my God, I've damaged my mother's car," as if I were a teenager, and passed out. It was not my mother's car. I was over 30, on my way to work in North Dallas. My mother works in Arlington. I woke up repeatedly, seeing the same crinkled roof above me and screaming crazy things like, "Where's Nicole? Where's my baby girl?" One time I woke up and a woman had gotten into my car. She was sitting in the passenger seat, and she held my hand. She soothingly told me that everything would be all right. I felt such warmth from her. I passed out, and I woke up and I saw her, felt her, holding my hand a few times. I remember her so vividly. So finally, one time when I woke up, I was in an ambulance. It had 2 beds. I asked the man in the bed across from me what happened. He said that he was behind me in an old Dodge Ram van, and after I swerved, he saw the stopped car and swerved too, but he didn't brake fast enough, and he had hit me and crushed my car. He was shocked, he said. "I can't believe you're alive." I asked, "Where's that lady? I really want to thank her." He replied, "What lady?" "The one who got into my car and sat with me. She held my hand, told me everything was okay, told me my daughter, Nicole, was not with me, that she was at school. She said Nicole's name. She said," he interrupted, "Lady, nobody got in your car. Believe me, I was shocked when they pulled you out." When I went to see my car at the tow service yard that had removed it, it had been squished like a ball of aluminum between the van and the curved guardrail. It was an Acura, and the only place that was not squished up was where I was sitting. There was no passenger seat. It looked like somebody had cupped a huge hand over me and protected me. I don't know if she was a ghost, an angel, or my imagination, but she felt and sounded real and acted and made me feel like she knew me. I'm grateful. After my father died suddenly, I had to clean out his place and dispose of any of his things that we didn't want to keep. In his things was his cell phone. I got all the contacts out of it and turned the phone off for the last time. I put it in a drawer in my office. I spent the first week sort of in shock and planning for the funeral and settling his estate. At one point, I'd wondered why I hadn't felt that he was around me. About 5 minutes later, my phone rang. Caller ID showed it was my dad calling from his cell phone number. What? I just sat there in shock for a couple of rings trying to process it. I answered the phone, and there was nobody there. I rushed from my house to my office, and his phone was still in the drawer, still turned off. It was a couple of days later, and I was still trying to understand what happened. I finally mentioned it to my stepmother, my father's second wife, and she said she got a similar call at the same time on the same day. Too crazy. Hard to explain. So I've got a question for the men out there. And I just emphasize men because I don't want comments from little boys or giga-chads. Just good old-fashioned real answers. Let's say you're dating a lady who's independently middle class, owns her own home from a recent settlement that went in her favor, and she's smoking hot. But her house might be haunted. Is that a deal breaker? Over the years, after my first marriage dissolved, we were married young, I've only seriously dated a few men off and on, all ending after they'd visit and spend time here. My first husband was a writer. We purchased our house in 2013. It's a few hours to get anywhere from any direction. Originally, the isolation was preferable over our flat in Queens. It was less than a month after moving our stuff into the house when activity started. Disembodied footsteps walking through the wooden halls while both of us would be sitting downstairs. Doors would open and close on every floor, not simultaneously, but it's as if they were living alongside us, going about their days and nights as we did ours. The radio and other electronics have turned on randomly. The radio specifically, though, has turned on at 2 different times when the station was playing a certain song. Both times the radio turned on, it was while the house was mostly quiet, so each time it happened, my attention honed in on it. Neither of us had a problem with it, though. We embraced it a little by naming the spirits. Because this house is old as fuck, we named them Ethel and Jim. It feels like there's 2 of them living here. Sometimes the female voice we dubbed Ethel would whisper in the kitchen and open the cupboards, but the heavy footsteps we believe to be from the one we named Jim. Since the divorce, I've continued my coexistence with them in harmony. All in all, however, these happenings are rare and genuinely insignificant to daily living. Listing the occurrences bunched all together like this makes it sound like I'm living in a carnival funhouse. I'm not, I promise. The spirits and I do not communicate. In all honesty, I did try once, though, and I really didn't like the way it made me feel. I don't want to go off on a tangent, but if I'm going to attempt to enlighten, I need to be outright with my experience, if only to ward off the men from the boys. I was once leaned up against the wall of the dining room reading a book. On the wall next to me, I hear a soft bump bump. For reasons unknown, I'm compelled to make a fist and replicate the bump bump pattern back on the wall. As soon as I do, it's like the vibrations of the room shook with panic. Dread instantly filled my chest. It felt as if I'd broken something. I became paranoid and swore that I heard footsteps leave the area I was in, like I'd scared them. I decided never to try that again. If you've reached this point, congratulations. You've lasted longer than a few of my most recent relationships. But for reals, aside from me being this hilarious, my question to the men, do you see all of this and think red flags? Should I just start acting just as surprised as them when shit happens? Like I haven't already named these ghosts? Honestly, I'm not a witch who lives in the forest. If you can assist me on these questions, I'd be forever grateful. Bonus if you know a potential suitor in the lower state of Jefferson, known as Northern California and Southern Oregon. Please send him this for me. And thanks to anyone else who read this too. I'm going to preface this story before getting into it. I'm a Division I football player here in Alabama. I play offensive line. For those that don't know what that is, I'm basically saying I'm a big dude. Currently 6'5", about 300 pounds. This to say that I've not really been scared of animals or people where I live, because I'm genuinely just bigger than them. Now, it was late at night, and my high school basketball team at the time had just made the playoffs. I was currently on the phone with my girlfriend at the time, and it was around 12:30, 1 a.m. As I was pulling into my neighborhood, I saw this woman with long black hair wearing a Civil War period dress. It wasn't very weird to me to see random kids around my neighborhood because I lived near a foster home. What freaked me out at first was that it was January, February, and it was late at night. It was freezing. To pull into my neighborhood, I had to drive past her. I slowly went about 3 miles an hour past the woman, and I really didn't know what to do. As I passed, she was still staring at the ground. As I checked my rearview mirror, her head snapped up, and I saw an extremely evil-looking face. I hung up the phone and was going 65 to my house. As I mentioned, I'm a big dude. So when I arrived at the house, I sprint up my porch stairs and into my room. Me being my size woke everyone up in the house. My dad enters my room to check on me, and I tell him everything that's happened. He asked if I was on anything, and I told him of course I wasn't. He told me to get some sleep, and I of course couldn't sleep. It popped into my mind. I had a neighbor that I was very close with who had long jet black hair. Instantly, I snapped her on Snapchat saying, "That was a good prank. You got me." She said she wasn't even in the state. She didn't know what I was talking about. She sent me her location on the Snap map, showing that she was in Baltimore. That was it. There was no chance I was getting any sleep that night. I hopped on Xbox to tell my friends about the events that had just occurred. Of course, they didn't believe me, saying that I was joking, and I told them how serious I was. At the end of the Xbox session, it was around 4 a.m. I had gotten off and was going to try to get some sleep. I went to my bedroom, and as I was walking past the blinds, there she was, standing there, under the one streetlight in my neighborhood. I slammed the curtains shut and peeked again. She was gone. I have no idea what happened or what was going on that night. My dad and little brother, they've claimed to see the same woman years later. They have some stories of their own that I'll ask if I can share. This is my first post, so if you have questions or if you have any idea what's going on, please let me know. Update. Since my encounter, I've now moved to college to play football, but as I mentioned earlier, my brother and my dad have had encounters as well, and they've agreed to let me share them. I've also done some research, but I'll get into that as well. About a year ago, my brother was packing up around 10 p.m. to go to a baseball tournament in Atlanta the next day. As he was loading up the car, he heard a noise that sounded like a woman, far away in the woods. He said he thought that it was our neighbor or something. My brother finished putting the last bag in the back of the car when he looked in our driveway and saw the woman fitting the description of my encounter, standing there. My brother isn't small either, and had made fun of me for the way I acted when I had my encounter. Anyway, as he saw the woman standing there, she did the same thing. You couldn't see her face because of her long jet black hair. He said, "Hello, and are you okay?" And she said and did nothing. She snapped her head up, and he saw a horrible-looking face. He sprinted up through the porch and locked the doors. He peeked out the window, and she was staring back. When he peeked back again, she was gone. My dad's experience. It's not very long, but it's an encounter. My dad works around the country because of his job, and he finds himself coming home late sometimes. As he was driving home late one night, he saw the woman I described, but this time, next to the cemetery where we lived. I have no idea if that's a connection to her or not, but we've never stepped foot in that place. Anyways, he saw this woman with the same description as both of our encounters and passed her. He checked his mirror and she was still there. He turned around his car to get a better look, and she was gone. So, my research. I'm not into horror films or really anything scary for that matter, but I have done some research since my encounter. But this is definitely a new field for me, so any advice would be great. There's a website that talks about the ghosts in our area of Alabama, and it turns out I live near an old iron mill. And to sum up the short story, this woman and her child, they were killed by a fallen chimney about 1 minute from where I live. And she seems to be sighted from time to time. She's labeled as a stalker spirit, one that's mostly friendly or doesn't hurt anyone, but I have no idea, to be honest. I appreciate any feedback. Thanks for listening. It was almost midnight in the master bedroom of our beautiful home in Maui, Hawaii. My wife and I were settling into bed, and there was a soft light in the room. All of a sudden, we hear the very distinct sound of a child's footsteps running down the hall towards our bedroom. It caught both of our attention immediately. The sound came to an end right on the other side of our closed bedroom door. We both looked at the closed door in silence, only to see the door handle, which was a lever style and not a normal round doorknob, slowly turned down as the door began to open. It was clear as could be. We both watched in suspense, which quickly turned to fear as the door pushed in and all the way open to reveal no one. Now the fear turned to horror as the child's loud footsteps began walking again, and this time they were clearly coming toward the bed. There was a slight pause, and then something happened that my logical, non-superstitious mind will never be able to really explain. There was suddenly the weight of a young child climbing on our bed, and although completely invisible, this energy moved to the middle between the two of us and settled in. The indentation on the blankets and mattress were as clear as could be, and yet there was no one there. We turned to each other in absolute horror, as we both knew we were seeing the same thing. How could this be? Who was this, and why were they in our bed? After a few minutes, this entity, which we both agreed felt like a small male child, disappeared as fast as he appeared. We laid there for a long, sleepless night, and the next day, through many calls and inquiries, we found out why this and many other things, some even more terrifying, had been happening to us. We learned that the man that built our house did so as a dream home to his wife and young family. He had a 3-year-old son who, shortly after the house was completed, died in the home. He tragically drowned in the bathroom, off the hallway right outside of our bedroom. A bathroom, by the way, where the bathtub had mysteriously filled and then overflowed with water and flooded the house on numerous occasions, even when no one was home. But that's another story, if you're interested. We realized that his son was still present in our house and had been for the 2 years that we lived there. The day we learned this full story, we left all of our belongings except a suitcase of clothes and left Hawaii, moving to Oregon on the U.S. mainland. We sold the house furnished as is and never stepped foot in it again. That was the scariest thing I've ever seen in our bedroom. Luckily, never had to see it again. I come from one of those small towns where nothing exciting ever happens. If there's a crime or a deadly accident, it will be news for generations. A few years ago, a man we'll call Ray learned his wife was at her boyfriend's house, so he drove over to see them. Upon arriving, he retrieved his handgun from the glove compartment and proceeded to kick in the back door. When he made it to the hallway, the boyfriend emerged from the bedroom, half-dressed and mad as hell. Then, Ray shot him without warning or hesitation. Next, he entered the bedroom and shot his wife, neither of which survived. It was the middle of the afternoon, so none of the neighbors were home to hear the gunshots. Ray simply went about his day as if all were normal. He used his wife's phone to text her boss that she was sick, and then returned to work himself, thinking that nobody would find the bodies anytime soon. That evening, the boyfriend's son returned home after football practice to find the body of his father in the hallway. Once police arrived, they quickly located Ray's wife, and it became fairly obvious what had occurred. By that time, Ray was home from work, so detectives drove to his house, where they delivered the bad news. Ray had a reputation for being that kind of asshole. There was little doubt of his guilt, but they wanted to get him to the station without a struggle. Whatever his response, he was asked to come make a statement, but he promptly refused, saying that he would prefer to bring his lawyer with him the following morning. The detectives took this as a further sign of guilt and were resigned to watch the house from a distance while awaiting a search warrant. An hour later, Ray emerged from his house with a suitcase and hurried into his car. He was clearly making a run for it. In his haste, he ran a stop sign, so the detectives turned on their lights, but Ray only increased his speed. Before he was even out of the subdivision, news began to spread with the speed that only the smallest towns can manage. The search warrant was also approved this time, so police were already entering his home while more joined in the developing pursuit. Roadblocks were put into place and spike strips were prepared but never needed. Just before the first trap, Ray pulled onto a frontage road where he collided with a Ford Taurus at 65 miles an hour, killing himself and the other driver instantly. The sole occupant of the Taurus just so happened to be a town treasure. He was the owner of a locally famous bakery that our entire community will swear is the best in the world. I've had family and friends move all over the world, only to come home wanting his desserts on every visit. I've been in a fair few places myself. I've never found anywhere that comes close. There wasn't a single resident who didn't mourn his loss. He had been leaving the bakery late and just got off the phone with his wife. She warned him of the pursuit happening nearby, so he decided to take the frontage road in order to avoid the highway. She still blames herself for the accident, but she and her son have kept the bakery running. It might or might not be the best in the world, but it's the best I've ever had. Most of all, it absolutely terrifies me how much damage one sorry jackass can do in so little time. You're going to die, repeated calmly with no worry, 5 or 6 times in a few minutes. So the story. I'm rock climbing indoors on a wall with 2 auto belays. On my right is a small girl, about 5. As a courtesy, I let her begin climbing first. It's a friendly gym where patrons give positive feedback to fellow climbers. Nice job, I say as she gets started. She's climbing open, using any holds. I begin my route's ascent and I'm focused in working out the climb. I'm maybe 15 feet off the ground when I see her small foot just ahead to the right. I wait patiently for safety and for her to climb further. Keep going, you're doing great, I say. You're going to die, she calmly replies. What did she just say? I question myself. I'm sure I misheard this cute little girl. I'll just let her climb a bit further and ignore her. Back to concentration, now about 22 feet up the wall. I pause again, and with no prompting, I hear her again. very clearly say from about 4.5 feet away, "You're going to die." My mind is racing. Why would this little climber have such odd things to say? Maybe best not to engage with someone who's so young and saying such odd things. I nod my head at her. We continue climbing. At about 32 feet, I realize she's slowing me down a bit as I keep waiting for her, and I should probably just pass her at the next safe opportunity. I visualize my next few moves, and before I proceed, she breaks my train of thought. "You're going to die." Okay, what is going on? Why? Why is she saying this to me? She's not being rude or obnoxious, more just matter of fact. I proceed to pass her. My brain is focused on her words and something I don't understand. As I pass her, I smile nicely and figure no reason not to ask. "Why are you saying that?" I ask her. "You're going to die. You're going to die." I can't shake it off. I climb a bit higher and prepare for the hardest move on the route that I'm climbing. A route I've climbed before, a route I set, known as Han Solo and Carbonite. I am 45 feet in the air. I go to re-chalk my hands before a move that I sometimes get, but sometimes fail and miss. I pause. One last time. Why is she saying this? I freeze. I stop breathing for a second. I realize the childlike meaning of her words. I begin to slowly and carefully climb down. I move at a consistent pace. I breathe in and out. I'm past the girl who's still going up. I continue down, watching her in case she decides to come down. I reach the ground. And it is then I walk over, white as a sheet, and get a drink of water, and catch myself looking back, and I realize the words of this little guardian angel, who realized well before I ever did. I hadn't clipped my harness into the auto belay, and was free climbing up the wall with no safety equipment in place. Should I fall, I would have died. There was a new girl at our school. Her name was Summer. She invited me to her sleepover birthday party, along with maybe 6 or 7 other girls. I wasn't very popular, but I did have a small group of friends. As I recall, only one of them came to the party, so most of the attendees were not close friends. Her mother picked us up in a rickety old van, all of us. Their house was old, on a huge lot, and there were 2 little outbuildings on the property, a shed and an old outhouse. We all laughed about the outhouse, since there was no reason for one to exist anymore. Sure, this was in the 70s, but indoor plumbing had been a thing for quite some time. Summer had a little sister named Autumn, who was about 3. We joked about their names. Had her mother had another child, would it be Winter? I don't remember too much about the party. I know we all ran around and played in the outbuildings, and we asked Summer about her life. She'd only been at our school for a few weeks, and she said that her mom moved around a lot, but wanted Summer to make some new friends, which is why she invited a bunch of girls that she didn't know to her house. Being 11-year-old girls, we all immediately pledged to be her very best friends. Her mom took all of us home the next day. On Monday, I didn't see Summer. I asked my friend who'd been at the sleepover if she'd seen Summer. Nope, maybe she was sick. A few days went by and no Summer. I asked one of the other girls who had been at the party if she'd seen our new friend. She looked at me in puzzlement. Summer? I don't know anyone named Summer. Okay, didn't we all just say that she was our new best friend? How fickle can you be? A few days later, I was in the car with my mom. We drove by the street where Summer lived. I said, "That's where I was last weekend." I started to point, and then it hit me. There was no house, no greenhouse, no outbuildings, nothing but a field of grass. I was trying to convince my mother that a house had stood there a week ago, and she pointed out that there was no rubble, no sign of a house. And she said there hadn't been a house in that location as far back as she could remember. Since none of the parents had dropped us off or picked us up, no one was able to verify the house's existence. And aside from my one friend, no one else acknowledged that they had been there. No one at school remembered knowing Summer. I don't know if this qualifies as paranormal, but it sure as hell wasn't normal. I was with a new friend from work, walking up to his front door. I'd been there a few times. He unlocks the door and opens it, but pulls off his backpack before we walk in. He's digging inside his bag when I look into the house and I see what looks like a dog. I ask him, "Did you get a dog?" "No." He looks up from his pack and his face drops. We take a couple of steps inside the house and this thing sprints towards us. Like any dog that gets excited when its human has come home. As it got closer, it became immediately clear to me that this was a ghost dog. It looked like a moving pencil drawing in mid-air. There was no temperature change or anything to alert your senses, aside from seeing it. Anyway, like I said, the dog was super excited, running in circles through our legs, jumping up on us, mainly my buddy. We're double and triple checking with each other. "You see it?" Yeah, it's right here. "You see it?" "I see it." This goes on for at least a couple minutes before the dog leaves out the back door. My buddy at this point is a little distraught. I ask him what's going on. He tells me that that was his dog. That dog had died giving birth. We're still in the living room talking about what had just happened when the dog comes through the back door. Only this time, following the dog are 5 little balls of white light at about puppy height. She walks over to us and the light balls follow. Needless to say, this blew my mind, and at that point, my friend had lost it, started crying. My buddy and I still talk about this, and believe it or not, he says that he's never seen any other kind of ghost in his life, and he never saw this one again. Okay, so this happened the other night, actually, and before you say it's not scary, I invite you to literally picture this happening to you. I was awake at 2 a.m. watching YouTube videos when I heard tapping behind my head. I have one window in my bedroom that happens to be right behind the headboard of my bed. I thought that it was a bug, so I was already a little freaked out. I hate bugs, but they've been getting into my room through a hole in my window screen lately. So I decided to put my computer away and go to sleep. The tapping continues, and at this point I'm getting irritated because I just want to go the fuck to sleep. So I take a look around. It was too dark to see out my window, so I grabbed my phone to use as a light. I swear to all that is holy, I nearly had a heart attack. Right outside my window, at 2 a.m, was a fucking owl staring right at me. Despite me screaming, waving my arms, and even throwing something at the window, it just stayed, staring at me. I don't really know why, but my heart was racing. It didn't feel like an animal was looking at me. And right at my peak scaredness, it flew away. Owls, they've always creeped me out, and I've never seen one up close except for a stuffed dead owl that was on display at my old elementary school. Maybe that's why they freak me out. Either way, it was weird as fuck. I just saw the strangest thing happen. Thankfully, my husband was driving, so he saw it too. Clear as day. He and I were driving home from the store. We live at a pretty high elevation, and it's been snowing off and on. It's coming down as I'm writing this, but it was only sprinkling lightly while we were driving home. Some accumulation on the grass, things like that. There's a small gravel road behind the grocery store that wraps around to the main street. I was sitting in the passenger seat. We're both looking straight out the window. The winds had been consistently moving the small flakes around, but in front of us it looks like a focused breeze is swirling a pile of snow. It begins to gather and take the shape of a person walking towards the car. I quietly stared at it in complete disbelief. I thought my eyes had possibly deceived me by mixing the snow on the windshield with the background, but then my husband points to exactly where I'm staring and says, "What's going on over there?" We're about 20 yards away and already driving extra slow. I hate using this as a reference, but I literally can't think of another way to describe what we were watching, other than it looked like when Thanos does that snap thing and turns everyone to dust. It was like that, but reversed, and pure white snow. It was a fully formed, thin, human-shaped figure by the time we approached it. Then, all the snow separated again and fell straight down, just before it reached my passenger window. We were both dumbstruck. My husband never lost pace with the 10 miles per hour speed limit on the road. A little further down, we saw another person forming. This one was walking at an angle in a different direction, further down the road. We watched again as gusts of wind blew the snowflakes around to create another human shape, but unique to the first one we saw. This one was taller, had broad shoulders. Then, like the first one, after a few seconds of exiting, becoming whole and walking a short distance, the wind scattered the flakes around, back to the grass. We didn't feel threatened or any impending doom. Uneasy, yes, and maybe if more started collecting around us, my account would be different, but mostly I was like, what the hell is happening over here? I'm a bit angry I had to witness something my mind couldn't process. Does snow stick to ghosts? Could this be paranormal? Because me and my husband, both hands down without a doubt, saw two different figures form and disappear in the snow. I can't wait for summer. My now 10-year-old sister was born after a prophetic dream by my dying great-grandmother. She saw my mother holding a pink blanket a year before my mother was pregnant, even said the calendar was on October. My sister was born October 12th. But my sister has dreams that come true. Some of you may remember a few years back, a school bus flipped and 2 kids died in the southern states of the U.S. 3 days before that happened, she woke up crying and said, "The bus crashed. 2 of the kids died, but one of them saved his friend." 3 days later, the news reported that a bus had crashed and 2 kids had died. A week later, they released the video. It clearly showed one of the kids who died grabbing his seatmate and putting his body between her and the side of the bus. When my sister was 3 and I was 18, she told me not to go to work because she had a dream that I was hit by a car. I didn't think much of it, but she got really upset, so I stayed home just to keep her calm. The bus that I'd been planning to ride was sideswiped by an SUV as it unloaded passengers at a stop. And last year, she told me she had a dream about a girl who kept hitting me and screaming that I was a monster and that she would kill me. 3 days later, a girl that I dumped for cheating on me attacked me at a Walmart. She pulled a knife and tried to stab me in the face. Those are just some of the more unnerving ones, but there are a lot of others. I don't know if this makes her a psychic or what, but it's certainly strange, and no one in our family seems to be able to explain it. Hey everyone, I'm 33, in good health, and I come from Lower Saxony, Germany. Yes, sometimes life has been troubling, but I've always been open-minded when it comes to the paranormal. 2 weeks ago, I had a nightmare that took place in my room. I dreamed that my bedroom was a movie set. To the left of my bed was my grandparents' old cupboard. To the right
was a newer cupboard, and the window was across from the bed. In the dream, I was laying on my right side when someone grabbed me. I slowly turned around and saw someone sitting next to me. I couldn't tell their gender, but they had long hair, and they were facing the opposite direction. When I touched their back, they turned around and I shouted, "Who are you?" Suddenly, the figure was gone, and frightened, I got up to look out the window. That's when I woke up shouting. But I was also experiencing sleep paralysis, so I couldn't move. It's happened before, so I knew what was going on. I wondered why the blinds were still down, because I hadn't realized that I was still dreaming when I looked outside. First, I wondered who the person had been. I live alone. I don't have a girlfriend. My grandmother has lived in a retirement home since May, and my grandfather passed away, but he didn't die in the apartment. I've read that many people see an entity when experiencing sleep paralysis, but I'm not sure if seeing it before I woke up still counts. The last time I had sleep paralysis was in 2019, and before that, it was 2012. During the 2019 experience, I was in my ex-girlfriend's living room. When I woke up, I couldn't move, and someone was walking down the hallway towards the front door. Like I said, I've been pretty open-minded when it comes to the paranormal. 7 years ago, my grandfather died from a tumor, but now I need to circle back to that cupboard that came from his old house in 2007. That's the house my great-grandmother died in on December 24th, 1999. I suspect it was the source behind the activity. I do feel like someone is here, but in a good way. I know it sounds far-fetched, but that's how it feels. I didn't feel this way when my grandparents still lived in the house. Of course, I was younger then. A few months ago, there was another incident in the living room where I have a second cupboard from my grandparents. It contains a few old books about nature, and one just fell over. Nothing was shaking. It wasn't standing in a strange angle. It simply fell over, and I was pretty scared. What are your thoughts? I'm not too frightened anymore. I have good feelings about my grandmother and grandfather. They were the best people I've ever known. But could all of this have something to do with their furniture?
Ever since I was a kid, I remember my grandma denouncing horror of any kind. Ghoulish Halloween masks, haunted houses, scary movies. I had attributed this aversion to her background and faith. She is Hispanic and a devout Catholic. She believes anything horror-related is wrong, evil, you name it. So imagine my shock and curiosity when my grandparents shared a bombshell. Back in 1974, my grandpa convinced my grandma to see the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. This would be her first and last scary movie. The weekend after the movie, my grandpa, grandma, my then toddler-aged mother, and my aunts and uncles decided to go horseback riding for the first time. Since everyone lived in Wisconsin, my family made the journey to a farm about 2 hours away. For the most part, everyone is in high spirits. Who can say no to a family adventure on a crisp autumn Wisconsin day? Despite the others' excitement, my grandmother is worried. Since she doesn't care for horses, she chooses to stay behind on her own with my mother. When my family arrives at the farm, it's 3 o'clock. According to my grandma, she watched everyone get saddled up and then slowly ride off into the tangle of trees. The guide leading my family called out that the ride would last less than 2 hours, mentioning different trails, the need for breaks, things of that nature. My grandma figures everyone will be back by 5 o'clock. She waits with my mother in the car, playing games, reading storybooks, and trying to silence her bubbling anxiety. Needless to say, 5 o'clock comes and goes. No sign of my family. By this time, my mother has fallen asleep, which leaves my grandma with no way to distract herself from her worries. Finally, when 6 o'clock rolls around, she calls out to the farmhand from her car window. No way she's leaving the safety of her vehicle. She demands to know why her family hasn't returned yet when 5 o'clock has long since passed. By now, darkness has begun bleeding into the Wisconsin sky. The farmhand assures her that everything is okay and that extra paths are taken throughout the ride. He tells her that her family should return soon. Now, keep in mind, this was well before cell phones were a thing. Also, a week before, she'd seen her first scary movie, and it had scared the shit out of her. At this point, my poor grandma feels like she's living out a scene from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. She tries to contain her worry and begins a hushed, fearful prayer until the flash of lightning that is soon followed by ear-splitting thunder. The noise wakes my mother, who starts to cry. My grandma must now not only ponder the frightening question of where her family went, but she also has a stressed, howling 2-year-old to deal with. It is now reaching 7 o'clock. The storm is growing more ferocious by the second. My grandma has to pee, and her bladder feels like it's going to explode. But between the roar of the storm and the images of crazed country maniacs plaguing her mind, she refuses to leave the vehicle. She plans in her head that if they aren't back by 7:30, she's going to leave and find the nearest gas station to phone for help. Again, no cell phones during these days. 7:30 comes. Her family hasn't come out of the woods. As she's scrambling around the car for the keys, she realizes my grandpa never gave them to her. The pound of a fist against her window shakes her from her whirlwind of panic. That panic amplifies by a million when she notices a sizable, brawny man peering in at her. He's wearing a jacket, and the hood covers his head. My grandma says that by now, it felt like someone had pushed a button and sent the whole world into slow motion. Everything crawled by at a snail's pace. "Why don't you and the little one come inside?" the man yells. His words are authoritative and carry no hint of warmth. He isn't speaking from a place of concern. He's ordering my grandma into the farmhouse. All my grandma can do is shout, "Where is my family?" The man responds gruffly, "We're looking for them." My grandma orders him to call the police. The next words the man said made my grandma literally piss her pants. "We don't need the police." As he turns to go back into his house, he says, "You and the baby can come inside whenever you're ready." My grandma starts to sob, wholly convinced that her family has been brutally murdered, that she and her baby will be next. In the chaos of this moment, she hears someone calling her name, but because of the pitch-black darkness and her profound fear, she knows that she must be hearing things. Then she hears her name again, this time even louder. "Dora, help me!" It's my grandpa's voice. When she realizes this, she puts my mom in the back seat, grabs the wooden baseball bat that my grandpa keeps under his seat, locks the doors, and exits the car. "Keep calling my name. I can't see you," she cries. After what feels like an eternity, she follows my grandpa's voice to his location. When she gets to him, she realizes my grandpa needed help because he has guided my aunt across the high, rain-soaked grass. She hurt her ankle. They're both drenched from mud and rain and covered in scratches. The rest of my family is nowhere in sight. Before my grandma can assume the worst, she hears my uncle calling for my grandpa. One by one, everyone shuffles out of the wild woods and through the tall grass. Everyone is soaked in mud and injured in some capacity. Cuts, gashes, limping, unsteady, all shaken as well. When they finally make it back to their vehicles, the sounds of running engines and the flood of headlights get the attention of the man inside the farmhouse. The farmhouse door swings open, and the brawny man comes to stand on the porch. With an amused chuckle, he drawls, "Oh, you all made it out of there." My grandpa shouts, "That dumb asshole left us out there, never came back." All the man says in response is, "I'll have to talk to him about that. Y'all can come inside." His freakishly flippant and joking attitude sinks into his words. He knows damn well they aren't going into that house. My grandma begs my grandpa to leave it and get them out of there. With that, my family tears out of there as fast as humanly possible. Once the family was back home and safe, my grandpa explained what had happened. During the ride, the guide led them deep into the woods to a creek where the horses stopped for a drink. As the horses rested, the guide told my family that he had to go do something and would be back in 20 minutes. My family thought this was strange, and my grandpa even anxiously joked, "You're coming back, right?" The guide simply gave a low chuckle and took off on his horse. 20 minutes came and went, and the guide didn't return. My family continued to wait as they had no idea where to go. They could see the sky blackening above them. They would have to make it out on their own. As my family rode off, they tried to remember the path back to the farm. They wandered aimlessly. Eventually, rain started to fall. Pulsing lightning and the crash of thunder spooked the horses. Everyone but my grandpa was thrown off their horses. When my grandpa climbed off his horse to help the others, his own horse galloped away as well. From there, it was a nightmare trying to navigate the woods while wounded and roaming through a thick void of darkness. The only advice I can give you is this: if you're going to go horseback riding, you better make sure it doesn't become a horseback ride from hell. I was making something to eat for me and my ex-wife. It was late at night, and I was asking her what she would want. She answered and said, "I'm going to charge my phone and come back." A few minutes later, as I waited in the kitchen, she came back. She didn't say anything, but moved out of the way as I was pulling things out of the fridge. I spoke to her, but she didn't reply. And at the time, it made sense, since she was addicted to some app game. So after the food was done, I noticed she was no longer in the kitchen. I walked back to the bedroom and said, "Hey, why are you back here? I just said the food was ready." She said, "I've been back here." Long story short, she said after she went to the bedroom originally, she never came back. I saw her there. I talked to her. No response from her, which I explained was normal. So we gathered our food and discussed what happened. Apparently, I was in the kitchen, alone, with someone who looked like her and semi-responded like her, but she wasn't there. So I saw a woman who resembled my ex, and I interacted with her, but it wasn't her. I still can't figure out who or what I spoke to. Since my separation from the Navy 3 years ago now, I've been working part-time doing security at the local bars and clubs. I recently just finished my last 2 days, thankfully, because I now have more time to spend with my 5-month-old son and wife without feeling drained from working 6 or 7 days a week. Don't ask how I did it. I don't know. A few months back, I was working at one of the aforementioned local bars. It so happened to be one of my favorite spots to work. Good food, decent pay, all around amazing people. There are hardly any fights, so my job mostly consists of escorting or throwing people out when they're too blitzed, or kicking out sailors after curfew. Well, you get it. I was having a good time and chatting with drunk customers. Then my wife called me. That's weird, I thought. It's 2 a.m. I'm not gonna lie, I got a little anxious. I mean, we do have a freshly buttered baby in the house, so I'm sure you can understand. She told me that she couldn't sleep because of a nightmare. I finally let my breath go. I told her I couldn't talk too much, on the clock, so I told her to message me. We began texting each other and I asked her about her nightmare. I wish I hadn't. She began to describe the reoccurring nightmare, beginning with her sleeping alone in our room. She woke up to a man sitting on our bed. Frozen in fear, she can't say anything, but he begins to speak. When he finally turns to her, she can only make out a pair of red eyes. I then asked what his voice sounded like. She said his voice was so deep, it sounded like something that couldn't have come from a human. She continued to tell me the rest. He then walks into my son's room, grabs him, and then disappears. She'd been having that dream around the same time that I was having mine. It's been months since either of us have dreamt about him, although recently my closets now have a very heavy and dark feeling to this day, like he's just waiting for the day to strike. Fast forward to now. We introduced the new year, and things were feeling pretty light until 2 nights ago. My wife began talking in her sleep around 3 a.m. Normally, I don't wake up until 4, as that's when my son decides to be an ass and wants to play with me. She kept saying, "No, don't take him. He's not yours." I began feeling that sense of dread and malice from my dreams about the red-eyed man in the closet. Same as when I was young, and still the same now. I jumped up, scaring my wife and running to my son's room, only to find the room a lot darker than usual. Even with the blinds open and his nightlight on. The worst part, the absolute thing that filled me with fear, rage, and confusion, was that his closet was wide open. A 5-month-old infant cannot climb out of their crib and open 2 heavy fucking doors. After seeing that, I told my wife to pack her bag, at least for a few days. They're currently staying at my in-laws' house on the countryside. Being from a very traditional Japanese family, I know that they have a lot of talisman and protective barriers around the house. I've been home alone for 2 days and 2 nights. I do feel that feeling of being watched at times. Yet I try to apply logic first, being a veteran and all. But sometimes logic really cannot make sense of the things that go on in my house. I have a priest and a shaman coming to my house today. I hope it works for now. So 4 years ago, I got hired to do night shifts as a security guy. It was a very old building, dating back to 1917, but in fairly good, renovated condition, except for some parts. I worked there for 2 years. Part of the job is leaving the front desk and walking 2 big closing rounds to check for any dangers like open windows, potential fire hazards, electronics that are still on at the selling desks, in the magazine rooms backstage, etc. The first time I got spooked quite heavily was because of the mannequins. When doing my first round, I walked past quite a few mannequins. And on the second floor, there's a lot of designer clothing I like, so I remembered how some of the mannequins were positioned. The second round I walked, some of the mannequins were facing the opposite side as they previously were. This was within my first month of working there. About 3 months later, while checking the stock rooms, the radio was still turned on at the 3rd floor. While walking towards it and checking the clothing hanging there, I saw a vague, pale face with black, long hair staring at me from between some of the clothing hanging there. I full out sprinted towards the doors and was scared shitless. It couldn't have been a person, since the clothes hanging there were fairly high up. and I saw no legs. At this point, I was questioning my decision to work there. I'd called in sick for a few shifts and decided to try it again, one more time. Fast forward a few more months while checking out the kitchen, I heard whispers coming from the freezer area. I was scared as fuck, but I wanted to be 100% sure. So I took out my phone and I started recording a voice memo and got closer to the freezer. After being there for no more than 5 seconds and realizing it got louder and I had actual proof on my phone, I ran downstairs and I waited at the desk to finally be able to leave this place. I kept listening to the voice memo. I never realized something like this would actually happen to me. I'm a very down-to-earth guy and I never believed in paranormal stuff, but this shook me to my core. After this last occurrence, I stopped working there. I've never told anyone about this, and I really needed to get it off my chest. I'm convinced there are things out there that can't be explained. I was leaving the bar tonight around 12:30 a.m. into the parking lot that they share with a few other businesses. I felt that I should grab my pepper spray and keys from my purse for some reason, but it wasn't far from where my friends were standing, and I didn't need the keys to open the car. This might be where it all started. I walked the 15 yards to my car, and again, I don't need the keys to open the door as long as they're on my person. I open the door and look inside, like I've done a million times in this parking lot, and sitting there is a man that I immediately do not recognize. I immediately freeze and ask, "Hello, who the hell are you?" Meanwhile, I take in that he's sitting in my passenger seat, going through my glove box, holding my registration. He says, "Are you—" name similar to mine. I try to think, how can I get out of there fast? Because my mind goes to the idea that he could pull a weapon at any point. I say, "No, but I'll go get her." And I turn around and run back to the bar to tell my friends and the bartender. They check it out 30 seconds later, and the guy took off before anyone could see him. My keys automatically unlock my car if I'm within a certain distance. This must have left my car unlocked at some point, and some guy took advantage of it. Maybe he didn't mean physical harm, but he could have taken advantage of my vulnerability and isolation if he chose to. And I could be dead right now. Criminals don't like being caught in the act. My big love bug of a parrot is well trained, and I take him out into the world on his harness. He loves it, and it's really stimulating and enriching for him. He is really cool, so I don't blame people for it necessarily, but he tends to attract a lot of attention. We live in a small tourist town, so it's not just the regulars and locals that I deal with. I never really know what to expect. Most of the time it's harmless, just someone curious about him. I'm pretty socially awkward, and sometimes it's really good for me to talk to the public about him. However, sometimes it puts me in weird, sketchy, uncomfortable situations. It's not uncommon for people to corner me, block my path, or chase me down, yelling things like, "Excuse me, hey, stop, can you stop? Come back, I want to see the bird." Please, don't do this. The weird ones almost always ask, "How much is he worth?" Red flag. To which I try to change the subject or say something vague. The extra rude ones always keep pushing. "Yeah, but how much?" Anyway, this one particular day, I had enough of the harassment. I wanted a peaceful day out for us. So I walk with my bird to this quieter end of town. Usually just the odd locals walking by. There's a footpath, a grassy hill, and a beach at the bottom. I'm by myself, so I make sure to have us sit a ways down the grassy hill in a spot where I can see people coming from both directions. We sit down with our smoothie, My bird immediately dives in and starts ripping up the grass. He's in his happy place. I'm hanging out, playing on my phone, playing with my bird, and watching my surroundings. I'm thinking, all right, this is great. There's been barely anyone. Those that have walked by haven't really noticed us. We're far enough away from the path that for anyone to approach us would be exceptionally awkward. They'd have to walk well off the path and down the hill to get to us. There's maybe going to be the occasional dog person that walks by. Dogs are meant to be on a leash here, but I know that people don't always listen, so I stay vigilant. We've got some shade and are happily sharing our smoothie and playing in the grass. Life is good. Then I notice this man walking along the footpath. He has a schnauzer dog, and it's one of those horrid retractable leashes that no one ever seems to use correctly, but alas. I notice him, then he notices me. Usually dog people are pretty good about keeping a distance. He walks along, sweet. Then the dog notices us. He runs towards us, to the very end of his retractable leash, and is jerked to a halt at the end, barking savagely. I think, okay, he's going to pull him back, to which he does. Phew. I look away for half a second, and then he lets him off the leash. The dog flies towards us. My bird lets out an alarm call and backs up to me as it happens, and I instinctively scoop him up and throw him on my shoulder, standing up and dropping my smoothie in the grass. The dog is leaping at me from uphill, scratching me, all the while barking and acting all savage and inconsolable. Amidst protecting my feathered companion and fighting off this tiny bearded asshole, I managed to utter, "What the fuck? Not cool, get your dog." The man is casually walking towards us, laughing hysterically, with no intention of stopping the chaos. I'm still being attacked by his vicious little dog. Again, I exclaim, "Are you fucking kidding me? Get your dog off of me." This one got his attention. "What did you just say to me, little girl?" he says with some accent, maybe German. "I said get your dog the fuck away from us. This isn't funny." He's directly in front of me now. Stops laughing. "You better watch your mouth. You don't know who you're talking to," he says and proceeds to snatch me by my wrist. Also, please remember, this stupid dog is still savagely jumping on me and trying to get my bird. I haven't ever been physically grabbed like that by a stranger, and I yelled, louder and more ferociously than I probably ever have at another human. Screaming to get the fuck off of me, and I jerked my arm back. I miraculously broke free of his grip, and as I did, he geared up to backhand me. He took a swing, and I leapt back, screaming to get away from me. "You need to take better care of your pet," he says. "You have no idea who you're talking to." Thankfully, another old man who was walking along the footpath now came out from the corner and saw the commotion. He immediately ran down and intercepted another swinging backhand coming my way and kicked the dog off of me. The evil old German-ish man continues to threaten me and tells me to take better care of my pet, again, while the nice man shoos him away. He finally collects his dog and backs off. He slowly trails away, shouting insults and yanking his dog along. The nice man sits with me for a minute in the grass until we're sure that he's gone. I was shaken up, literally shaking, and he kind of talked me down. It was a stressful walk home, alone. I stopped for no one and was constantly looking over my shoulder. Luckily, it seems that my bird forgot about the whole incident pretty quickly and was back to his cheery little self that evening. I, unfortunately, did not. It still frightens me going anywhere alone now, and it's safe to say, when I do, I'll be putting up with the annoying tourists from now on. A few months back, I was staying the night at one of my friend's houses. He lives on the far edge of a town in Utah. He still had neighbors around, but there was a lot of forest around, and it was next to a canyon. I don't know if scenery helps the story, but I'll try to list every detail of my encounter. I was staying the night, and my girlfriend also came over to hang out for a while. We hang out, and everything is fine and fun and great. 1 a.m. rolls around, and I had to work at 6 a.m. in another town, 30 minutes away. So I said, hey, maybe you should leave so I can get some sleep before work. And at that time, my friend went to sleep, so it was just me and her. As we're walking to her car, I started feeling uneasy, like I could hear something. We get to the driver's side of her car, and I give her a hug goodbye. As I'm hugging my girlfriend, I look behind her, and I'm struck with shock and fear as I see a creature, maybe 8 or 9 feet tall. It was standing next to a cherry tree on the side of my friend's driveway. It was bipedal, and it was very skinny. The moon was out, so I could see this creature clearly, but not so much color. The legs were bent backwards, like deer legs or like the back legs of a moose. It slouched a lot, and I couldn't see its face as it was in the leaves of the cherry tree, which had to be 10 to 12 feet tall. I remember not being able to talk much, except for saying goodbye to my girlfriend. I don't know why, but I couldn't tell her to look behind her. Before I let go of her, though, I saw the creature move. It took off running towards the tree line. What absolutely baffled my mind was the speed of the creature. It looked impossible, as if it got blurry when it started running. I remember it looking right at me through the leaves, even though I couldn't see its face. The worst thing about the experience was the emotions attached to seeing what I saw. I felt like my confidence and my emotions were attacked. I had never felt a feeling of fear like this before, and I've been charged by full-grown brown bears. After my girlfriend got into her car, I stood in that very spot from when I hugged her until she left the driveway. I don't know if it was more out of fear or making sure she left safely. I didn't know what to do, so I slowly walked over to my car and got in. I called my friend multiple times, and he was asleep and didn't answer. I looked out my window after several minutes, and when I looked to the left, I saw my friend's cat, Avery. And I tried to think logically. If my friend's cat, which probably has better senses than me, is out here, then I'm probably seeing things, and it's safe. So I got out and stood next to Avery. Next thing I know, it sounds like there's a Clydesdale horse running through the deep growth of the forest. Avery started running for the door, and I sprinted faster than Avery and got inside. For the next 3 hours, I sobbed and cried like I did when my dog died when I was 12. The fear I felt was indescribably powerful. I also remember it had long arms, and when it ran, it used all of its limbs. Please someone tell me if this creature is real. It gives me goosebumps to this day talking about it, and writing this brought me to tears. Just thinking about it is scary. This is honestly the strangest thing that's ever happened to me, and I still truly cannot wrap my head around it. A couple of months ago, I was home alone while my partner was out running errands. I was taking a shower and I heard the bell that we keep on our door ring and someone say, "Hello." I had a podcast on, shower running, and the fan. So I said, "Honey, is that you?" And they said, "Yep." It sounded like my partner, and so I continued to ask a couple of things, and they responded. When I got out of the shower, my back door was wide open. My dog was pacing around, and my partner wasn't home. I called him and I asked if he had left again, and he was still out. I checked his location, and he was indeed still cleaning my car a town over. I had an entire conversation with a stranger in my home while I was showering, not knowing. Nothing was taken. My dog was not harmed. The police couldn't really figure it out. I don't have a history of auditory hallucinations or disassociation with reality. To this day, I think about it, and I just get chills of what could have happened if there was a different motive. Has this ever happened to anyone, or have you heard of anything like this happening? The fact that I'm fine is great, but it's such a strange thing to do to someone. When I was in high school, my mother was married to a man named Donald. Now, Donald was a drunk. He worked a good job and made good money, so he provided for us well enough. But he filled his free time chugging vodka like water in his underwear on the couch. Donald wasn't always aggressive when he drank. However, after a hard day at work, he would come home, drink a bottle, and try to pick fights with me for anything that he could think of. Very often these fights would turn physical, and while I was no lightweight in high school, on the first occasion I fought back, he called the cops on me. As a result of this situation, once he was about 3/4 of the way through a bottle, my mother took to packing an overnight bag, having me load up, and going to stay in a hotel for the night. I always stayed in the same hotel, just down the street from my house. It would allow me to go back home before school the next morning, after Donald had left for work, to get ready. It was a nice place, with a huge open foyer that all of the rooms surrounded, going up 5 stories. I knew the ladies at the desk really well, as I was there 5 or 6 times a month. On the occasion in question, I'd gone over fairly late in the evening. The hotel had 24-hour booking at the front desk, but the girl behind the desk mentioned that they were booked up for the night. I breathed an exasperated sigh as I was relayed the news, and mentioned I would just catch a bus a little ways uptown to go to another hotel. The girl behind the desk mentioned that there was one room she could put me in, at a discounted rate no less. She was, however, hesitant to do so. The owner of the hotel had taken it out of service for reasons unknown to her, but that she knew I'd be gone before the owner would arrive in the morning. She could fudge the system to make it look like the room hadn't been occupied. I thanked her for this and accepted, not caring for the other options I had available to me at the time. So I got the key and went into the room, got undressed, showered, and settled into bed. I noted that despite her reservations, the room was immaculate. I simply couldn't fathom why a perfectly good room wasn't being rented out, but decided not to look a gift horse in the mouth. The room was pretty standard as far as hotel rooms go. A single queen-size bed, a TV on the wall to the left, a desk to the right, a mirrored closet across from the bed with a table next to it, and a ceiling fan just past the foot of the bed. I fell asleep sometime around 11 to the sound of the TV playing some late-night cop drama, quite comfortable in the bed. Until around 2:30. I wasn't awoken by a sound as much as a lack of sound. You never realize how jarring silence is until it occurs suddenly in the night. As I rolled to sit up, I took note of the time on the clock, and I noticed that the TV had turned off. The room was illuminated by the light of the parking lot, pouring in through the blinds. As my vision sharpened, and the room properly came into focus, I noticed that I was not alone. At the foot of the bed was a woman. She was wearing a hotel bathrobe. Her hair was darkened by water, as if she'd just gotten out of the shower. And notably, she was quite tall. The top of her head just 2 feet or below the ceiling fan. She just stood there at the foot of the bed, with her head cocked to one side, and stared at me. She didn't say anything. She didn't move. At some point during this exchange, I had convinced myself I was dreaming, that there was no woman in my room. So despite her standing there and staring at me, I wasn't afraid. I had been having hyper-realistic dreams since I was a kid, after all. So I simply laid back down on my back and watched her stand there, my head tilted so I could keep an eye on her, knowing that if I waited, she would simply disappear. And she did. I fell back asleep and slept through to the morning wake-up call. The lady at the front desk sounded a bit nervous when she called, so I quickly got dressed and headed out to the front desk, thinking that her boss may have come in sooner than expected. I wasn't expecting the conversation I had at the front desk as I checked out. When I walked up, she started apologizing to me. I was confused, so I calmed her down and asked her to explain what had her so stressed. She took a breath and said, "I found out why that room was taken out of service. Come to find out, 2 weeks before I stayed in that room, a woman stayed there while on vacation with her husband and 2 kids. She stayed behind while they went to grab breakfast one morning. She took a shower, she put on a bathrobe, and hung herself from the ceiling fan with a bedsheet. Her husband found her when they got back. The room was removed from service as a matter of good taste until the services were held. I didn't know any of this beforehand, and it makes me wonder, did I see her in my room that night? Or was it really just a dream?" All right, I'm going to explain why I believe there's a presence in my family's home. But first, some context. There are 2 houses on our property, a large one that we rent and a small one that we stay in. When we aren't renting it, we enjoy living in the big house and we stay in the guest bedrooms. I'm currently staying in a room on the first floor. There's 2 floors. And my parents usually stay in the master bedroom upstairs. Occasionally, they'll go back to the small house to stay in their designated room out there. But since I like the large house so much, I usually stay in it anyways, alone. I'm not incredibly terrified of anything happening when I'm alone on the first floor or in the house, as we're in a pretty good town. I do, however, spend my leisurely time enjoying Reddit stories about the paranormal and Let's Not Meet. That being said, I always have scenarios and a plan in my head. I'm very much a night person, and before I got a puppy a few weeks ago, my sleep schedule was even worse than it is now. Now, on to the story. Over the last few months, I've been noticing very small things around the house, at very late hours. The most common is a door opening or closing slightly, and causing the hinges to make a deep groaning sound. I usually don't see the doors move, but I always hear the familiar noise that it would make if I were to move it. Each time I feel the air, or wind or airflow, and each time there's none. Keep in mind, these are super heavy, solid wooden doors, and they've got no reason to be swinging around at night. I've only noticed this occurring with the closet door in our hallway, which is built under the stairs, and the guest bedroom door to the one that I'm staying in. Usually my response to the closet door opening and closing is to look behind my shoulder when I hear the hinges groan, say loudly, "Do you mind?" And then I return to what I'm doing. One of the most recent and scariest encounters I've experienced involved my new dog. I keep her with me at night, and she always chills on the bed with me.
She's a mini schnauzer, so she's always incredibly alert. She's pretty bonded to me, so she will occasionally bark at my parents if they sneak up on her. I was on the computer doing schoolwork, and my parents had gone to bed hours ago. All of a sudden, she started to bark exactly as she would at a person, perched at the end of the bed, facing the closet and the bedroom door. I was immediately freaked out, but I assumed that it was my mother, who was a light sleeper, coming to check on me. That was until I noticed the door, which was open about 7 inches, gracefully close by itself. I thought that I must have missed her hand on the door or something, but the hallway was lit very well at the time, and before it had closed, I looked through it and clearly seen absolutely nothing and no one. Paranoid now, I yelled, "Mom?" a few times, to no avail. I then, very cautiously, grabbed the nearest sharpened pencil from my homework setup and slowly opened the door. The hallway was empty. No one was awake. I'm convinced that my dog either saw something or sensed something that night, and for whatever reason, felt the need to alarm me. Now, the bedroom door has moved before, but never that far. Usually I hear the latch squeak when it moves, which has grown completely normal for me, but not like this. This was too freaky. I used to have horrible nightmares, and this ties into my theory that this presence can only tread in a certain path, as some of the events have occurred in a clear line across the property. I had a dream, night terror maybe, that I was laying in my bed, waiting to fall asleep, and all of a sudden a voice passed through my head whispering. I can only explain this as how you hear a ghost. I felt this sudden sense of foggy blackness in my head, and it felt like someone was choking me. I woke up, gasping for air. It seemed too real. I had another dream where I was in my bedroom, in the small house, while we had renters, I assume. This bedroom is also within the line of paranormal theory. I was in my bed, but I couldn't move. My room seemed to loom over me, and there was dim lighting. All of a sudden, this fuzzy, glowing figure started to emerge from below my bed. He was tall, but he had no defined edges to his figure because they were constantly moving. The best way I can describe it is that he was made of electricity, because he made very electric noises. He crackled and buzzed, and my terror grew as his featureless face and body seemed to reach out to me. All of a sudden, I was shaking uncontrollably in panic, fear, and the same electricity he seemed to give off. Around that time, I woke up. I believe these to be unrelated, but I'm unsure. Within the same line of my theory, I experienced the most chilling thing of all. I believe everything that night was real. I live in a place where the indigenous people were pushed out like so many others, and our property is actually built over what we assume to be an ancient fishing camp, as we found lures, old stone carved bowls, and fish hooks. It was about 11:35 p.m., and it had just rained. I was in the small house's bathroom, and I leaned my head out the window to smell the wonderful earthy scent. As I did so, I heard chanting in the native language to this place. I know this because in school we were taught parts of the native language. I got chicken skin. The chanting used words that I couldn't understand, but were definitely in the native tongue. What was even more chilling was that it sounded as if it were inside my head, but not in the way that you would imagine it or narrated in the voice inside your head. I couldn't hear my voice. I was hearing an elderly voice, chanting foreign words. It It was as though it was all around my head for about 5 to 10 seconds. I was frozen there, listening. There are no words to describe it, honestly, and there's nothing like it. It's one of those things you just have to experience yourself. Make of all this what you will. 4 years ago, after just getting my degree, I decided it was time to leave my hometown and pursue my career. So I moved to a big city that was about 9 hours away from my parents and most of my family. I had no friends there for months, and my starting salary was low because I came into the company as a trainee. I was very demotivated and I missed my family a lot. At some point, I decided to go to visit some relatives who lived by the coast, which was 4 or 5 hours away by car. I didn't have a car and the buses were expensive, but my cousin told me about this Facebook group for rides between my city and another city that was close to their town. I went there and I found myself a ride with some university students who were just a few years younger than me. The day for the trip came. I met them, and in total there was about 5 of us in a wide sedan. A lady who was studying medicine, owner of the car, her boyfriend, the driver, a sophomore girl who was friends with them, and a random young guy who found their ad on Facebook. Let's call him Mark. It was a Friday, and people from this whole region were infamous for drinking extremely often. So, inspired by the warning my cousin gave me, I awkwardly asked them, "Sorry to ask, but none of you have drank recently or planned to do it on our trip, right?" The driver assured me that he was fully sober and that he wouldn't have any even if the passengers did. After hearing that, his girlfriend and the other girl assured that they wouldn't drink because their parents were very strict and they wouldn't want them to misbehave. Mark giggled when he heard that and whispered to me, "Women in their town are famous for drinking a lot and denying it." The trip went on and we went around dozens of mountains. We had a few conversations about university and work, and most of the trip was us listening to popular singers from the 90s. After around 2.5 hours, the driver stopped the car at a gas station. Mark decided to go in with him, as he wanted to get something from the store. A few minutes later, I see Mark and our driver come back to the car, each holding a 6-pack of cerveza. Well, actually, the driver was carrying 2 of those. I almost freaked out, but I kept my composure, and I asked them if they were going to drink now. The driver said, "I won't until I'm done driving, but let the others and yourself take 1 or 2 if you want." Almost 2 hours later, we'd left the mountains and arrived to a flatland. The sign said that we were just a kilometer away from the city. Suddenly, the car took a right turn, leaving the main road and heading toward the suburbs. The place looked desolate, and most of the houses seemed empty. I thought it was a bit weird, but I didn't ask anything because I assumed that maybe we were dropping off the other girl and that they probably knew where she lived. The dude then just parked the car on the yard of the abandoned house and said, "We're basically home. Are you guys down for some drinks?" Mark was totally down for it. But the girls kept saying stuff like, "I'm not sure, I don't usually drink. Okay, I'll make an exception. Only because we had tough midterms." I refused and said, "But how are we going to get to the city? You guys agreed to take me to the bus station." They said that it was already very close and that in worst case, I could just walk there. I was more worried because I planned to take the local bus at a certain hour to then get to my cousin's town, which was still an hour away from there. They started drinking really fast, and the girls got to the point where they were trying to pee doing a handstand against the wall. I was desperate to leave, but I didn't feel safe walking to the city because it was really dark out there, and this region had a bad reputation for crime. Outsiders were specifically more at risk. There was no phone signal there, so I had to wait for these guys and see what they could offer me. They finally decided it was time to go home. I said it wasn't okay for them to drive anymore because they were all drunk, and I offered to drive. However, the driver said, "It's not up to me. The car belongs to my girlfriend." However, his girlfriend refused, saying that she didn't even know me and that her dad wouldn't be okay with a stranger driving her car. I said I understood that, but that we had to sort this out somehow. After a bit, the driver finally got out of the driver's seat. I assumed they would let me drive. I was sitting in the middle of the back seat, so I asked the guys next to me to let me get out of the car. The sophomore girl, who was to my left, did, but before I could stop her, she climbed into the driver's seat. This girl started saying, "Friend, please let me drive. It's close and there's no one outside anymore." The other girl said, "Okay, sure, but go slow, okay?" The previous driver got into the back seats with me and confined me back to the middle seat. I was getting upset. I wanted to stop her, but I didn't know how because everyone seemed okay with the idea. My panic got even worse when this sophomore girl started asking them how to turn on the car and how to operate it. "You don't know how to drive a car?" I asked in despair. "No, I don't. It's my first time trying. My parents haven't let me learn." Get down then, please. I have a driver's license. I can get you home safely." Then the owner of the car told me that I couldn't decide over her car and said that it would be okay, that there was almost nobody out driving at this hour, and that they would help her friend learn how to drive. I asked them to just let me get out of the car, but they wouldn't let me. They swore it was a very short drive and that we would go slowly and that it would be okay. The girl really had no idea about how to drive. Unfortunately, this was an automatic transmission car. Had it been a manual one, she probably wouldn't have even been able to move it. And the car moved, but in the ways you would expect for it to move, with a driver who had never stepped on the pedals of a car before. She would hit the brakes and steer the wheels so hard. She drove on the middle of the road and kept freaking out while others yelled at her about what to do. I was begging them to let me get out of the car, but they wouldn't listen to me. Fortunately, the streets were empty, but I couldn't help but fear that if any car came, we would for sure crash against it. Eventually, we made it to the street where the bus station was. As soon as they pointed that out, I asked them to just stop the car already and let me walk from there, but they did not. They forced me to be dropped in front of the station. I don't even know how I could get out of this sort of situation if I was in it again. So a few years back, my then 2-year-old daughter and I used to spend a lot of time at my mother's place. She would watch my daughter for roughly 12 to 14 hours a day while I managed a golf course. One evening, we were just hanging out with Nana. Where she lived, it was once a huge farmhouse in the middle of nowhere, in a small town in Ontario, Canada. They had turned the house into 5 apartments. My mother had a door that led out to the roof where she would smoke. So I was taking my daughter to the washroom with myself. Across and down a little from there was the roof door. My mom was outside having a smoke. So when we were all finished in the washroom, I was holding my daughter's hand, and as we walked out of the bathroom, I was looking down at her because she was still uneasy on her feet. I wanted to make sure she didn't trip or something. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw my mom run past us into the den. So I said, "Nana's playing hide and seek. Let's go get her." I picked her up and started running after her. As I was coming through the den, I saw my mom turn the corner. She was going so fast, her hair was flying up behind. As we went around the corner, the lights were off in the living room. and there's a tiny open area off to the right side. So before we went in front of it, with my daughter in my arms, I jumped in front of the closet and yelled, "Boo!" There was nothing there at all. No Mom. Then I heard my mother say, "Crystal?" Chills ran down my spine. Every hair on my body stands up. I said, Yes, where the heck are you?" I was frozen stiff. Slowly I turned around, went back towards the den, and looked. Here comes my mother, walking back in from the roof after finishing her smoke. Just incredible. I will never get this image out of my head. My mom was creeped out after that. Down the road, little things would happen, but not actual visuals. So I have a bunch of the same guitar pick. Same size, brand, shape, and thickness, but some are red and some are black. I was playing and I put my pick down right beside me on the couch. I look away for a second. I look back and it disappeared. I figured, things fall into the couch and whatnot. I get up and I grab another, this time a black one. I play for a while, and I again put the pick down in the same place. I look away, and this one disappears too. I think, God damn it, these picks really do disappear like crazy. A common trope amongst guitarists. I say fuck it, and I go do something else for a while. I come back to my guitar, and right in the same spot is my original red pick. So confusing. 2 picks disappear, and the original pick rematerialized. It started when I was staying with a friend one night, and we were hanging out like usual. Her father had come inside because he thought he saw coyotes, and he was excited because they don't normally get close to the house. We went outside quietly to check it out. He flashed his light towards it, and all we could see were greenish eyes, glowing, looking towards us near the tree line. That's all we could see. Since we thought it was a coyote, her father had shot at it. We didn't know if he had hit it or not, but the eyes were still there. But after he'd shot it, it started moving its head in an unnatural way, kind of nodding side to side. We went to check it out and see if it was injured and lying out there. We looked all around the area where it was and saw nothing. Even drove around the woods to see if it had tried to run away. That wasn't the last time I saw this creature. About a month or so later, my friend had gotten sent away for a while. I've always been a close family friend, so I decided to come up to her father's to stay for a couple of days and check up on him. It was kind of early in the morning, and a sunny day. Her father had told me that he was going to work and I'd be in the house alone until he got back in the afternoon. So he left and I was hanging out in the living room, playing on my phone. I left the door open since it was nice out. All of a sudden, I feel the need to look out the window because I thought someone was outside. I opened the curtains and looked around, and then I saw something out of the corner of my eye in the area that we saw the coyote a while back. I looked in the direction and I saw this terrifying, human-like creature around the same spot on the border of the trees. It was sort of kneeled down like a person, looking directly at me. It was all black and very skinny, longish arms and legs. And it was a bit tall. It had this wood or leaves-looking cape thing on its back. It also didn't seem to have any facial features from what I could see, just the facial structure and indents where the eyes should be. I was in shock staring at it. It's like I couldn't take my eyes off of this creature, trying to make sure I was actually seeing this shit and not my mind playing tricks on me. So I kept looking at it, and all of a sudden, it raised its hand up, and it seemed like it was waving at me, and it tilted its head to the side and started nodding its head, just like what we thought the coyote was doing. After that, I snapped back and stood up to run and close the door. When I got to the door, someone was driving up to the house, and the creature was no longer there. I then got the fuck out of there. Here's something else that happened before both experiences that may or may not be related to this creature. Another night while my friend and I were home alone, we were just chilling on our phones and my friend kept falling asleep. I was getting creeped out, so I kept waking her up. Then she started talking nonsense, that her father was here and talking to her. And I could snap her out of it. When I did, she would ask where he was, which she knew he had left, but was convinced he came back home. I sort of laughed about it and explained to her that he hasn't come home yet. She seemed really tired, but kept talking about him being there, which I was disagreeing with. Then all of a sudden, we heard her father's voice from the hallway or another room. It said her name, just like he would if he was trying to get her attention or have her come to that room. We both heard it loud and clear, but no one was home except for us, not even anyone outside. After that, we didn't hear anything else for a while, and after a little bit, we still had our guards up because of what happened, and we started hearing noises from outside, which sounded like multiple people talking and laughing. Kind of sounded like her father and his friends. We were very scared by then and called her father to see when he would be home and to hurry up. He said he was on his way home. Slowly, the voices calmed down, and eventually, her father got home. In the mid-90s, in rural Ohio, children are free-range, smartphones are non-existent, and I'm a quiet, shy fourth grader. That summer, my mom became good friends with a couple who owned a large, beautiful flower farm. Most weekends, they would host friends and family for bonfires and s'mores. The adults would drink grown-up beverages, and the kids would explore and play. On the particular evening of this encounter, we had just settled in beside the fire when my mom stiffened beside me. She turned to me and said, "I don't want you and your brother wandering off. Just play here where I can see you." Now, this was unusual and kind of a bummer to my kid self. But she was regularly so lenient that I begrudgingly went along with it. After our s'mores were eaten and before the sugar rush ensued, my mom gathered us to wash our hands. Once again, this seemed odd. I was completely capable of using the restroom on my own, as was my younger brother. As we were rounding the corner to the house, we passed a man that we'd not previously met. My mother grabs both of our hands tightly and speed walks us up to the back door, closing the screen door and locking the glass door behind her. In my memory, she was composed, but she later told me that she felt breathless and panicked, like a wild-eyed animal. Not long after, we hit the road to get home for bed and church in the morning. I remember thinking that I wish we could stay and play longer, or even camp there overnight like we did sometimes. But oh well, my child mind did not connect anything odd about the whole situation. It would be many years later, when I was an adult, that my mother would tell me a story I'll never forget. She remembers all the same details: the bonfire, the s'mores, the sugared-up kiddos, and the sticky marshmallow hands. But she also clearly remembers the sudden feeling of inescapable dread in the pit of her stomach, and the hackles rising on the back of her neck. Even in front of the bonfire, her blood ran icy cold. She told me that all she could think was, "It's time to go. We need to get out of here." She said it was the most persistent feeling of urgency she's ever felt. She then told me that the next day at church, she asked her friend who the new man at their home was that night. He replied, "That is my brother. He just got released from prison for child molestation and assault. He and I have never gotten along, but he has nowhere else to go. I asked him to go somewhere else for the evening, but he just showed back up at the house. No warning. I would never have allowed him near children." Her jaw almost dropped to the floor. She told me that before she'd even seen him on the way back to the house, she felt his presence. She kept looking into the darkness beside the house and feeling like she was being watched. She knew instinctively her children were in harm's way, and she needed to get us somewhere else. She didn't question it or blow it off. She listened to her gut, and I'm thankful she did. The feelings she experienced that night were so intense, we never went back to their home again. Friends, please always listen to your instincts and be safe out there. Shortly after moving into my first place, I started having strange encounters with one of my neighbors on laundry night. I would pass through my neighbor's carport when it rained to get to the laundromat. He stood in the shadows a bit and startled me several times, possibly avoiding the rain. I tried to be friendly, but he would just stare at me, smoking his cigarette, not say a word. Soon, it became a regular routine for him, and then the apartment across the way opened up, and he moved to that one. I changed laundry to a daytime-only event. One night, I sat on my stoop on the phone and noticed a red light in the distance. It was him, sitting in the dark with a video camera, pointed straight at me. I went inside to tell my friend, who had just been crashing at my place for a few weeks, freaked out and relieved about that timing. That night, he went out, and when he was gone, I heard loud bangs. They sounded far away, but I used a noisemaker, so I couldn't be sure what it was. The next day leaving, we noticed that the wood on the door around the deadbolt was smashed up. I asked him if he noticed it when he came back, but it was late and he was drunk, so he wasn't sure. The maintenance people looked and were very concerned because it looked like someone had tried to break in while I was home alone. Shortly after that, I left and got a new apartment. Luckily, my new roommate had an amazing big dog, and when she was out of town one night, I woke up at like 3 a.m. to him growling at her window. I went over and ensured it was locked. The next day, my neighbors asked if I was locked out, and I asked no, why? Sure enough, the screen on the outside was all twisted, as if someone tried to break in, but got interrupted by a very big dog. The worst part was I had out-of-state plates, and all of my friends kept telling me that I should get them switched, that I was sticking out to the police. I often thought that he tracked me down by my plates and tried again at my new place. Or maybe I was just paranoid, and these were a series of break-ins, looking for money or jewelry or something. This happened in 2016 when I was a 17-year-old first-year college student in film school. I lived alone in my first ever apartment. It was really small, but I was really proud of my independence. I never felt unsafe in this apartment for several reasons. There were multiple gates in the residence that needed to be opened through a code that only people who lived there knew. My door had 3 different locks, and it was right next to the university, so most people who lived in the neighborhood were college students. Nothing bad had ever happened in the neighborhood before. I've always been careful, very careful, with locking the door when I leave my home. I always check twice. I have slight OCD. So this one time, I leave to go to class and I lock my door, but for some reason I couldn't get the key out of the lock. It was completely stuck. So I went to get the caretaker of the building to help me, but he wasn't there. I was getting late for class, so I went to class with the key still in the lock. I took off the keychain so that it wouldn't be as noticeable. When I got home, the caretaker was back, so he came to help me, and we couldn't get it out for 15 minutes, until somehow he did. He told me that the lock was damaged, and that I didn't necessarily need to change it if I only lock it once instead of twice. I said, okay, and that was the end of it. I really wasn't worried because of how safe I felt in this building. Flash forward to 2 months later. I was taking out the trash one night around 11 p.m. while on the phone with my sister. I remember telling her that I was taking out the trash and then I would take a shower afterwards before heading to a party. As I previously said, I always lock the door, even just to take out the trash. Because of my lock being damaged, I only locked it once. When I got back to my apartment, I found the door unlocked, which immediately alarmed me. So I went into the apartment and locked the door immediately, with 3 different types of locks. When you walk into my apartment, which is just 215 square feet, you have the main room in front of you and the bathroom door immediately to your left. I had left the bathroom door slightly open, enough so that I could see a man in my shower, turning his back to me. Naturally, when I saw this, I tried to open the door and leave as fast as possible, except my main lock was damaged from 2 months earlier, and I couldn't open it no matter how hard I tried. At this moment, all I could think of was the fact that I had to leave as fast as possible. I jumped out the window without really thinking. I figured it was the only solution, except I lived on the 2nd floor, so I completely smashed my ankles on the landing. I started running in whichever way that I could, and when I got a little bit further from the building, I looked back, and a man was there, at my window, watching me run away. I thought of 2 possible outcomes. Either the man was going to jump and chase me, except I wouldn't get very far with my twisted ankles, or he would get scared of heights and be locked in my apartment. Thankfully, he picked option number 2. I went to hide in a bush a little further, and I called the police, who arrived in just 10 minutes because I live close to the station. They pushed my door open, and the man was there just sitting on my couch, holding a kitchen knife, waiting for me to come back, like he didn't think I would call the police. They arrested the guy and later told me that he'd already been arrested for sexual assault, attempted kidnapping, and attempted murder. They also eventually told me how everything had happened. Like I said, it was a very friendly neighborhood with mostly college students. So he got inside the building by other people holding the door for him. He then heard me telling my sister that I was going to take a shower, which was why he was waiting in the bathroom for me. He crocheted my lock while I was taking out the trash. He had apparently noticed me on school campus and followed me to my home several times before succeeding to actually get in. He stayed inside waiting for me because I had recently changed my phone. The previous one was still on the table, so he thought I didn't have a phone to call the police. I don't live there anymore, but after that, to get into the building, we all needed identification proving we lived there. Building IDs were created. We had to scan them every time, and it was the only way to go inside the building. Nothing bad happened in the neighborhood after that. It's back to being very peaceful and friendly. What did my kids see? Any input is appreciated. This is my kid's story, but I'm inclined to believe him. I just don't know what to make of it either. We live in a rural area, dead-end road. We walk it daily, so we're very familiar with the scenery and the neighbors' habits. He likes to look at the stars, so he went out for his last walk around 9 p.m. Came in, out of breath. I thought maybe he'd heard coyotes and they spooked him. He said walking past a group of trees, he thought he saw movement, so he shined a flashlight that way. And he saw a gray face peeking at him from behind one of the trees. After Googling, he showed me a picture of a rake and said that it looked very similar, but smaller eyes that reflected green. He thought at first it was a deer, but he couldn't see the rest of the body as he walked, and it didn't move, just kept watching. He said he walked as calmly as he could and watched it from the corner of his eye for as long as he could, discreetly. And as soon as he got to our immediate neighbor's house, he ran. I wanted to call it a deer, but those trees have no tall brush around them, and 3 or 4 feet or so between each tree, so you could easily tell if a deer was standing there. And the group of trees are roughly 10 yards from the road, so near enough to see clearly given the heavy-duty flashlight he takes. We went out tonight to see if we could see it, but nothing. Not that I wanted to, but he insisted. He needed to stumble upon it again with a witness for validation. I'm more live and let live. You stay out there and I'll stay in here. But it's really bothering him. And things have been strange around here lately. So, any ideas? The home I grew up in had a sizable backyard, perfect for kids to spend summers in. We had a privacy fence all around the yard, so we could do just that, without our mothers worrying about us. Unfortunately, creepy men always seemed to find a way. That summer, the morning glories my mother had planted all along the fence line were just lovely, in full bloom. I loved going out there early in the day when they were just opening up to the sun. On one such morning, I was standing at the fence, singing to myself as children do, and running my hands over the flowers, when all of a sudden, a man's face was there, peering at me through the slats, his face smashed up against the other side of the fence. He was a ruddy complexion, with scraggly auburn hair and a beard to match. We were eye to eye for what felt like minutes, but was likely just seconds. As I backed away, he said, "Don't you scare me now." I remember being confused and thinking, "Scare you? You scared me." But I didn't say anything. Just moved back towards the deck and the rocking swing that we had there. I remember sitting there for quite some time, and the entire time feeling like he was staring at me. I crept up to the fence again from the other side of the garage, so I could climb up on a wood pile that we had there and peek over the top of the fence. Sure enough, he was still there, pressed against the fence. I was thoroughly freaked out. I ran back into the house, and I stayed there for the rest of the day. I quickly put that incident behind me and went on with my summer, never seeing that man again. But every now and then, I'll think back on that and shake my head at how creepy it was. He was definitely not an adult I had seen before. The woman whose backyard abutted ours was my brother's teacher. She never married or had housemates. So who was that man? He could have been a landscaper or repairman, but that doesn't make him spying on a child in her backyard anywhere close to normal. I'm a super chill person, an art teacher, a rock garden enthusiast. I love paranormal stuff, but I don't go looking for it or anything. I work with kids, so I'm pretty substance-free and sound of mind. The man who killed his 2 dogs and himself in my house, they're still here. The dogs, too. A German Shepherd and a Malamute. So, backstory. I got the house super cheap because of its history. A very gory previous owner suicide. He'd also attempted to murder somebody during this mental breakdown, but I don't know the details. He was a nice person that had no mental health support and decided to kill his beloved dogs and himself. I thought, how horrible. But man, I needed a place to live ASAP. So I braced myself against superstition or the creeps. The weirdness started immediately, pounding and moaning like the house was being hit by a bulldozer. Neighbors can hear it from outside sometimes. Huge dogs howling from somewhere inside the house. Bedroom doors opening and closing. Footsteps through the kitchen hallway every night at 4 a.m. It's nerve-wracking, but also sad. More than once I've awakened thinking my house is being broken into. Sometimes I feel somebody sitting on my bed, and more than once I've had my quilt put on top of me. This quilt is in my closet, so it had to be carried out and placed on me. Then I started seeing the dogs walking across my bedroom carpet and standing at the foot of my bed, staring at me. Startling the heck out of me because I don't have a German Shepherd or Malamute. I have a Sheltie with an overbite that can only make noises. My own dog, Kelly Barkson, went crazy, foofing at the ghost dogs. And I ran all over the house making sure it really was spirits. Kelly now sleeps under the covers with me. We see their fluffy tails and watch them disappear into the closet. I don't think that he's a bad spirit, and the dogs are certainly innocent. Often things go missing and I'll ask him or the dogs to help, and the missing things reappear in totally odd locations. Like my lipstick showing up in the freezer, or my headphones under my dresser. Places I'd never leave anything. Back in summer of 2020, I was 14. I would spend a lot of time with my cousin, and we both loved going on walks and would always walk the neighborhood near her house. One night I was spending the night over, and we decided to go on a walk. It was around 10 p.m. I'd like to preface this by saying that the roads weren't well lit, so it was very dark. We were used to that, so we weren't scared at all. While we were walking, a white Jeep started driving very close to us. The guy who was driving lowered his window, and there was another guy with him. They both seemed to be about 25 years old. The guys were just weirdly staring at us for like 2 minutes. Then the guy in the driver's seat started asking weird questions like, "Are you girls not scared of the dark?" And after asking this, he drove away. Me and my cousin were relieved, thinking that it was just a joke. But unfortunately, we noticed the Jeep's lights on the road, and it seemed like they were going back and forth before coming to our level again. And this time, it was the guy in the passenger seat who talked. He asked if we wanted to ride home, and then he said, "We will take care of you," while smiling. And at that moment, my cousin's eyes opened wide. After that, they drove away again. My cousin and I were petrified. We couldn't even speak. We were still hearing the Jeep, so we didn't want to run home. We were scared they would follow us home. We didn't have our phones because we usually don't take them on our walks. So we hid inside a garden behind some trees for 10 minutes. The Jeep came back, but fortunately, they didn't see us. When the lights disappeared, we sprinted home. We got there and cried a lot. She told me that she got so scared because she noticed that there was a knife and some sort of pills in the back seat. Don't walk in small neighborhoods at night, and never just blindly trust a place. This is the second time this has happened to me. Last year in October, I had a problem with things breaking. For example, my some-month-old phone suddenly had a crack on the screen when I retrieved it after work. It was in an area I constantly had my eye on, so it didn't drop and nothing was dropped on it. I also woke up to find the rim of my glasses broken. When I went to sleep, they weren't damaged at all, and nothing fell on them. I mentioned it to a coworker, and she suggested that I salt the place. I did, and after I was done, I heard a knock on the wall. I brought my tortoise to the wall, and he gave me a funny look. I heard animals are more sensitive. On my coworker's advice, I'd also bought gargoyles. They're facing the door. A few hours ago, I heard a strange sound. It sounded like some sort of cat being murdered. The sound came from the front. Just heard it once and it was short. Thought my dog might be safe going out the back. I took my eye off my dog for a bit and I grabbed the salt. I saw her doing her business and I started salting along the doors to give her privacy. After I let her in, she was acting a little bit weird. While I was with her, I heard a couple of odd sounds coming from the front. She did too, but she didn't want to bark at them or anything. She's a Pomeranian. There wasn't anything out there when I checked. Could this be the same thing from October? Or what could this be? Not exactly a ghost story, maybe a little. Either way, scariest thing I've seen, personally. It was back in the 1980s, late 1980s, in this real small town in San Joaquin Valley where I grew up. There used to be this old mill. It was run down. I think a paper mill. It was huge, hazardous, and rampant with shit it shouldn't be. I was relatively young and I only got to go inside twice. The second time, that's the one we're going to talk about. It was my older brother and two of his friends. Summertime, out well past dark. I'm 11, my older brother and his friends are 14, 15. After cutting through some woods behind our apartments, we come to some fencing on the side of the mill that was cut. People made sure to close it back up so it wasn't so obvious to the cops that would drive through. They were rare, but you can never be too careful. Once inside the fencing, it's easy to enter the mill itself from various different points. This time we took this ladder that hung vertically along one of the large metal cylinder buildings. I hadn't done this the first time, but they all seemed so confident, so I went up too, my brother being the last one, behind me. We were about halfway up the ladder when my brother's friend, the one on top or the very front, tells the other friend underneath him to stop messing with his feet. They argue that they're not doing that, back and forth, so it goes. My brother yells, not angrily, but jokingly. I look down at him for reassurance and he smiles, scoffing, telling me don't worry about it. Then he yells up for them to keep going. I'll never forget how much I thought everything was fine, how reassured I actually felt by my brother. He believed it too, I could tell. But within moments, everything changed. We hear my brother's friend scream out a real troubled scream, followed by the other friend doing the same. As I'm looking up, I see that the first friend's body is no longer vertical against the metal ladder. He's falling backwards, and in his hand is the step or the handle for the ladder. Within moments, there's a couple of hard noises to hear, and then we're all screaming. The friend has already hit the ground before we've even made it down the ladder, praying that none of these bars come loose or break. When we make it down, I can't help but hear his friend moaning in agony. I look over, and with help from the various distant streetlights, I can see that there's a piece of large metal sticking out of his shoulder, and I can see his shin bone. I just stand there in horror. My brother attempts to shield me, but the damage is done. He grabs me and he starts walking me to the fence area. He tells me that I have to go. I have to grab an adult and call 911. So I start running. When I get to the tree line, I look back and I see the both of them standing over the friend. I look up at the ladder, and I swear I see someone up there. I see someone on the ladder. I look back down at the group. Nobody's missing. I yell to my brother, to both of them, pointing at the ladder violently, jumping, screaming that there's someone up there, someone on the ladder. My brother looks. They both do. But then my brother just yells at me, deep, loud yell, ordering me to call the police, to get the fuck out of there. I do it. I run to the front office and I tell the lady that we need an ambulance. When she asks me all the questions that somebody would ask, like what happened, all I can manage is that there's a kid with metal in his body and his bones are sticking out at the old mill. It was a little scattered, but it got the attention of everybody involved. No adults would actually let me leave the office after that, so I didn't get any first-hand experience of what happened after. My brother's friend did survive. He broke the hell out of his leg and a few other things, but he got lucky with no head injuries. We all got lucky. As for the person or whatever it was on the ladder, the thing I know I saw, I have no idea what that was about. But there was something there, and it terrified me in that moment. And it was right around the area where something terrible had just happened. I don't know. The older I get, the more I wonder. During the summer, before I got my puppy, I would stay up until about 4 or 5 a.m., finishing schoolwork for a math program I'd signed up for. I was staying in the back bedroom on the first floor, and I decided I wanted a 3 a.m. snack. I walked down the hallway and stopped when I heard the oven beeping. The time read exactly 3:01. The oven makes a beeping noise when you push the buttons. So I was confused, and then gradually more terrified as I heard the beeping continue. I watched as the oven screen was filled with flashing orange placeholders, which I had never seen before, each one beeping as it was entered. And then a bunch of ones and zeros, which were entered much quicker. There was no one there, and I had never seen the oven do this before. It was as if someone was typing in the numbers. I was freaking out now, but as I moved into full view of the kitchen, toward the stairs to go wake up my parents, it stopped. I froze on the stairs and waited. The oven screen made 1 or 2 more beeping sounds, and then returned to its usual green digital clock. I was horrified. By this time I realized that it would be useless to wake up my parents, as there was no evidence of this happening. There was no immediate danger, and they probably wouldn't believe me anyways. I went straight to bed after that, believing I had seen something I wasn't supposed to.